Tonight, we will speak about the self that cannot be found, not as an idea and not as a philosophy, but as something very close and ordinary. The simple noticing that when we look for the one who is thinking, feeling, worrying, remembering, there is no solid thing there, only life moving, only moments appearing and fading. Before we begin, feel free to share what time it is and where you're listening from. There is nothing to remember. There is no need to stay awake. You can listen, or you may drift. And it's okay if the words pass through you without being held. We can begin quietly. Long ago, in a small mountain village, there lived a woodcutter named Haru. Haru was known as a careful man, not especially wise, not especially foolish. He woke before dawn, shouldered his axe, and walked the same narrow path into the forest each day. He cut only what he needed, stacked the wood neatly, and returned home before the light softened. People said Haru was dependable. They said he knew who he was. Haru himself believed this. When asked, he would say, "I am a woodcutter. I am careful. I am not like others who rush." These words felt solid to him, like the handle of his axe fitting the hand. One autumn morning, while the air still held the coolness of night, Haru noticed something strange. As he lifted the axe and brought it down, there was a brief pause, so brief it could hardly be called a pause at all. In that instant, there was the sound of the strike, the scent of sap, the dull shock in his arms. But there was no clear sense of I doing it. It startled him. He stood still, axe resting against the stump, and waited for the familiar feeling of himself to return. After a moment, it did. The thoughts came back. I am working. I am tired. I should finish this tree. The world felt normal again. Yet the moment lingered with him. That evening, as Haru ate his simple meal, he tried to recall where he had gone during that pause. Had he been distracted? Had he lost awareness? But nothing seemed missing. The work had been done cleanly. His hands remembered what to do without being told. The next day, he watched more closely. As he walked the forest path, there were footsteps, leaves underfoot, the cool air against his face. Sometimes the thought I am walking appeared. Sometimes it did not. The walking continued either way. When the axe rose and fell, there were sounds, movements, sensations. The thought I am cutting wood came and went like a bird crossing the sky. Haru felt unsettled. He had always assumed there was a solid someone inside him, directing all this. Now, he could not say where that someone was. After several days, Haru decided to visit an old monk who lived near the edge of the village. The monk's name was Soen, and he was known for saying very little. Haru bowed and explained what he had noticed. He spoke carefully, as if afraid the experience might slip away if he named it too strongly. When I look for myself, Haru said, I find only actions happening, thoughts naming them, but no clear owner. Soen listened without nodding, without frowning. When Haru finished, the monk picked up a cup and poured tea. The sound of liquid filling clay was the only reply for a long moment. Then Soen asked, When you say I, which part do you mean? Haru opened his mouth, then closed it. He gestured vaguely toward his chest. The one who decides, the one who works, the one who worries. Soen placed the cup in Haru's hands. Is that one in the cup? In the sound? In the warmth? Haru looked. There was only heat, weight, the faint smell of tea. Soen said nothing more. Haru left confused, and yet strangely lighter. No answer had been given, but something had loosened. In the days that followed, Haru stopped trying to solve the question. He simply noticed. When worry appeared, it had a certain tightness. When contentment appeared, it had a softness. When irritation arose, it burned briefly, then faded. Each state felt convincing while it was present. Each claimed to be me, and each passed on its own. He began to see that what he had called myself was more like a habit of naming. A story told over and over until it sounded like a thing. This did not make Haru careless. He still rose early. He still cut wood. He still felt joy and frustration and fatigue. But something had shifted. The burden of having to be someone all the time had eased. We might notice the same thing if we let ourselves. Much of our tiredness does not come from living, but from holding tightly to an idea of who is living. From constantly checking, am I doing this right? Am I being enough of myself? Am I failing at being who I should be? When the sense of a solid self loosens, life does not fall apart. It becomes simpler. There are still thoughts, still choices, still consequences, but there is less weight pressing down on each moment. Haru once believed he was a careful man. Then one day, distracted by birdsong, he split a log unevenly. The old story would have said, I am careless today. I am failing. Instead, there was only the uneven log, the sound of the axe, and a small smile. Nothing had been damaged. Noticing the absence of a fixed self does not erase personality. It reveals its fluid nature. Today, patient. Tomorrow, hurried. Today, kind. Tomorrow, withdrawn. None of these states need to be defended as the true one. We often ask, who am I really, as if there were a final answer hidden somewhere. But when we look closely, We find processes instead of a person, movements instead of a manager, experiences happening without a center that owns them. This can feel unsettling at first. The mind prefers solid ground, yet there is also relief in discovering that there is no permanent role to uphold. Haru continued visiting Soen from time to time. Sometimes they sat in silence. Sometimes the monk asked simple questions. What is moving now? What remains when the thought passes? Haru never answered directly. He simply noticed. Years later, villagers remarked that Haru seemed quieter, not withdrawn, but unburdened. When praised, he nodded and returned to his work. When criticized, he listened without tightening. When asked what had changed, Haru would shrug. I still cut wood. He said, the rest comes and goes. There is something deeply restful about this way of seeing. When the self is no longer treated as a fixed object, we stop polishing it and protecting it through the night. Thoughts can rise and fall without needing to define us. Feelings can pass without needing to be explained. Understanding may come, or it may not. Either way, the night continues. We can let the stories soften. We can let the words become less important. Life knows how to move without being watched. And if sleep arrives before any conclusion is reached, nothing has been missed. As the nights pass, the question of the self does not need to be held tightly. It can rest beside us, like a lantern set down on the ground, still giving light without needing to be carried. There was once a potter named Lian who lived near a wide river. Her hands were strong, shaped by years of working clay. Each morning she gathered earth from the riverbank, kneaded it, and turned the wheel with her foot. Bowls, cups, jars, each one emerged slowly, guided by pressure and release. People praised Lian's work. They said her pots felt alive. They said they could recognize her pieces anywhere. At first, Lian was pleased by this. She thought, this is my skill. This is who I am. When a bowl cracked in the kiln, she felt it as a personal wound. When a jar sold quickly, she felt herself rise with it. One winter, a long illness kept Lian from her wheel. Her hands trembled. Her strength faded. The clay dried unused in the corner. At night, she lay awake, troubled by a quiet fear. If she could not make pots, who was she? When spring came, she was able to walk again, though her hands were not yet steady. She returned to the river bank, more slowly than before. As she scooped the clay, she noticed the sound of water, the pull of the current, the way the earth yielded. There was clay, There were hands. There was movement. The thought I am a potter did not appear at first, and yet the gathering happened. When she sat at the wheel, the first bowl was uneven. She felt irritation rise, sharp and familiar. Then, just as quickly, it softened. The irritation passed like a ripple on the river. She watched this carefully. The tremor in her hands was not hers or not hers. It was simply there. The shape that formed was not a declaration of identity. It was a response to conditions: clay, water, strength, weakness, patience. Leon realized she had always believed there was a single doer inside her, directing each motion. But now she saw something gentler. Action arising from many causes, none of them fixed. Some days the bowls were smooth. Some days they were not. On both days, life continued. When customers returned, they still praised her work. Leon smiled, but she did not gather the praise into a story. When a pot broke, she cleaned the pieces without blame. The sense of me had not vanished. It still appeared in thought, like a familiar tune, but it no longer felt like a solid thing that needed defending. We may notice this too. When we are praised, the self feels large and important. When we are blamed, it feels small and threatened. Yet both states depend on passing words and passing thoughts. If we look closely, where is the self between them? There is hearing. There is feeling. There is reaction. The idea of a central owner is added afterward, almost as a habit. Lean once watched a child playing by the river, shaping mud with careless joy. The child did not say, "I am a skilled sculptor." There was only play, only hands moving. Watching this, Leon felt a quiet recognition. This is how it has always been, she thought. The rest was extra. As understanding deepens, it does not demand announcement. It becomes quieter, more ordinary. Another traveler once passed through the village, a woman named Amara. She stayed only a few nights, resting from a long journey. One evening, she sat with Leon by the fire and spoke of her travels. "I have crossed deserts," Amara said. "I have climbed mountains. I have been many things: a daughter, a trader, a stranger, a guide." Leon listened, noticing how each role appeared and dissolved in Amara's telling. "And who are you now?" Leon asked softly. Amara paused. The fire crackled. sparks lifted into the dark. Right now, Amara said slowly, I am warmth, hunger, tiredness, and the sound of your voice. They sat in silence after that. This way of seeing does not erase responsibility. It does not deny cause and effect. Actions still matter. Words still land. But the heavy sense of a permanent self carrying everything begins to loosen. When anger arises, we can notice anger happening. When kindness appears, we can notice kindness moving. Neither needs to be claimed as who we are forever. The night itself teaches this. Thoughts appear more softly. Boundaries blur. The story of me becomes less insistent. If we wake in the night, there may be a moment before memory gathers, a moment before name and history return. In that moment, there is presence without identity. Nothing is missing there. There was also an old fisherman named Thomas who lived along the same river. Each dawn, he pushed his boat into the water. Each dusk, he returned. One evening, a storm rose suddenly. Thomas struggled against the current, muscles burning. Fear surged through him, sharp and undeniable. Yet, later, recounting the event, he noticed something curious. During the most intense moments, there had been no thought of himself at all, only wind, water, effort, balance. The idea, I am afraid, came later, when he was safe. This stayed with him. He realized that the self often appears most clearly when life slows down. When things are urgent, there is only doing, only responding. Perhaps the self is not the driver, Thomas thought, but the storyteller afterward. This understanding did not make him reckless. It made him attentive. He trusted the immediacy of experience more than the commentary about it. Across these lives, Haru, Lian, Amara, Thomas, we see the same quiet discovery. The self we search for is not absent, but it is not solid. It is a pattern of thoughts, feelings, and memories arising in time. Seeing this is not an achievement. It is more like noticing the background hum that was always there. We do not need to hold on to this noticing. It can come and go, just like everything else. As the night deepens, words can fade into the dark. Stories can loosen their edges. There is nothing to conclude, nothing to finalize. Life continues, whether we name it or not. And rest can arrive without permission. As the night moves on, the idea of the self may feel less like a question and more like a gentle curiosity, something we no longer need to solve, only to notice when it appears and when it fades. There was a calligrapher named May who lived in a quiet town near the coast. Each morning, she ground ink slowly, listening to the stone against stone. She arranged her paper carefully, smoothing the edges with deliberate care. When she lifted the brush, her hand hovered for a moment before touching down. May's characters were admired for their balance. People said her writing revealed her true self. May accepted this politely, though she was never sure what they meant. One evening, after a long day of writing, May noticed her hand continuing to move even as her mind drifted. The brush curved, paused, lifted. The line formed cleanly. The thought I am writing appeared only afterward, like a label placed on something already complete. She set the brush down and looked at the page. Where had the writing come from? She tried to locate the place inside herself where the strokes had been decided. She found memories of training, sensations in her fingers, a faint intention, but no clear author. The next day, she experimented. She wrote while tired. She wrote while content. She wrote while irritated. Each state colored the characters slightly, yet none of them could be called her true self. They were conditions, passing through. Me realized she'd been carrying an invisible burden, the belief that each line revealed something permanent about her. Now that belief loosened. If the characters were uneven, they were uneven. If they were graceful, they were graceful. Neither needed to define her. This quiet freedom changed how she lived. When praised, she felt warmth without inflation. When corrected, she listened without collapse. The brush still moved. Life still unfolded. Elsewhere, in a city of narrow streets, there lived a watchmaker named Raphael. His days were spent among gears and springs, peering through glass at tiny mechanisms. Precision mattered. A fraction of a second mattered. Raphael often thought of himself as meticulous. He took pride in his patience. One afternoon, a watch slipped from his fingers and shattered on the stone floor. The sound echoed sharply. For a brief instant, there was only sound and shock. Then came the thought, I have failed. I am careless. The thought hurt more than the broken glass. Later, as he swept the fragments, Raphael noticed how quickly the story had formed. The accident had happened. The judgment followed immediately, as if it were part of the same event. But was it? He replayed the moment in his mind. There had been weight shifting, a slight tremor, gravity. The idea of a careless self had been added afterward, stitched onto the experience. Over the following weeks, Raphael watched this pattern repeat. When a repair went well, the thought I am skilled arose. When it went poorly, I am failing. Neither thought lasted. Gradually, Raphael saw that his work did not require these labels. The hands adjusted the gears, whether the story praised them or blamed them. This did not make him indifferent. It made him steadier. Without the constant measuring of himself, his attention settled more fully on the watches. Timepieces began to leave his shop with fewer errors, not because he tried harder to be someone, but because less energy was spent defending an image. Sometimes, at night, Raphael would lie awake listening to the city settle. In the quiet moments before sleep, there were sounds, sensations, drifting images, the sense of I came and went like everything else. Nothing needed to hold it in place. There was also a school teacher named Noor, who lived in a village where children gathered beneath a large fig tree. She taught reading, numbers, and stories of distant places. She cared deeply for her students and worried often about doing enough for them. Noor thought of herself as responsible. When a child struggled, she felt it as a personal failure. When one succeeded, she felt relief mixed with pressure to maintain that success. One day, after a long lesson, Noor sat alone beneath the fig tree. The children's voices faded into the distance. Leaves stirred overhead. She noticed her mind replaying the day. A mistake she had made. A question she had answered well. Each memory carried a sense of me at its center. As she watched this, a simple question arose without effort. Where is this me when the memories are not being replayed? For a few quiet moments, there were only shadows, breath, and the creak of branches. The sense of a central self was absent, yet nothing felt wrong. When thoughts returned, the self returned with them. Noor saw how dependent it was on thinking. This insight softened her teaching. She still corrected mistakes, but without tightening. She still encouraged effort, but without fear. The children seemed to sense this ease and responded with their own. Noor learned that caring did not require a heavy identity. Responsibility could exist without self-blame. The night teaches this gently. As the mind slows, the story of who we are becomes less convincing. We may drift into moments without name or history, and nothing is lost. There was a traveler named Elias who spent years moving from place to place. He took temporary work, stayed briefly, and moved on. People often asked him where he was from. He never knew how to answer. One evening, resting beside a road, Elias watched the sky darken. Thoughts arose about past journeys, future plans. Then they quieted. In the stillness, Elias noticed that without these thoughts, there was no sense of being a traveler or a stranger. There was only seeing, hearing, sitting. He smiled at the simplicity of it. When thoughts returned, the identity returned too. But now he recognized it as something constructed, useful for conversation, unnecessary for being alive. This recognition gave him a strange sense of belonging everywhere. Without a fixed self to protect, each place was enough. Another quiet life belonged to Junpei, a gardener who tended the grounds of an old estate. His days were filled with trimming, planting, sweeping fallen leaves. He rarely spoke. Visitors sometimes asked him what he thought about all day. Junpei would pause, then say, "Mostly about what is in front of me." One afternoon, while raking, Junpei noticed that his body moved in a familiar rhythm. The rake lifted and fell. Leaves gathered into piles. His mind wandered briefly, then returned. At no point did he feel a strong sense of "I am raking." There was simply raking. This was not a special state. It was how things usually were when he was not reflecting on himself. Junpei understood, without words, that the self appears most strongly when we step away from what is happening, when we are fully engaged. The self grows quiet. This does not mean we must always be engaged. It only means that the self is not the center it pretends to be. Across these lives, the same pattern repeats. The self arises in thought, in memory, in anticipation. It fades in immediacy, in absorption, in rest. Seeing this does not require effort. It happens naturally, especially in the quiet hours. As the night continues, the mind may loosen its grip. Words may blur. Stories may dissolve into a gentle flow. There is nothing to hold on to, nothing to become, nothing to defend. And if sleep comes now, it comes without a self to carry it. As the hours move deeper into night, the question of the self no longer asks for an answer. It becomes something like a sound heard from another room noticed, then allowed to fade. There was a seamstress named Elin who lived above her small shop. Each morning, light filtered through the narrow window and fell across bolts of fabric. Elin worked slowly, measuring, cutting, stitching. Her work required attention, but not hurry. For many years, Elin believed she was patient by nature. She took quiet pride in this. When customers were demanding, she reminded herself, I am a patient person. When her needle slipped, she felt disappointment, as if she had betrayed that identity. One evening, as she sewed by lamplight, her mind wandered. The needle moved in and out of the cloth with steady rhythm. A thought arose, something unrelated, half-formed and then dissolved. The stitching continued without pause. Elin stopped. She realized that patience had not been present as an idea during that time. There had been no reminder, no effort to be patient. There was simply sewing. She noticed something else. On days when she felt rushed, she thought of herself as impatient. On days when things went smoothly, she thought of herself as patient. The identity followed the conditions. It did not lead them. Over the next weeks, Elin paid gentle attention to this. When frustration arose, she watched it as a sensation in the body, a tightening, a warmth. When calm returned, it too was just a feeling. Neither required a label. The work did not suffer. In fact, it felt lighter. She no longer carried the extra task of maintaining an image of herself. She simply responded to what was in front of her: the fabric, the needle, the customer's request. In another place, there was a baker named Oscar who rose each night while the town slept. He kneaded dough in the quiet hours, listening to the subtle sounds of the kitchen. His hands pressed and folded. Oscar thought of himself as disciplined. He believed this discipline was the reason his bread was good. One night, exhausted after many days of work, Oscar found his movement slowing. He worried that he was becoming lazy. The thought bothered him. As he worked, he noticed that even with fatigue, the dough responded. Yeast rose. Heat transformed it. The bread emerged as it always had. The next morning, customers praised the loaves. Oscar was surprised. His idea of himself as disciplined had been shaken, yet the result was unchanged. That evening, he reflected quietly. The work depended on many things: ingredients, timing, temperature, practice. The story of a disciplined self was only one small part, and not the most reliable one. When Oscar stopped leaning on that story, his work became less tense. Some nights he felt strong. Some nights he felt tired. Bread still rose. There was also a midwife named Sabine who had witnessed many births. She had seen fear, pain, relief, joy. She had learned to remain steady in intense moments. People called her strong. Sabine accepted this with caution. She knew that strength felt different each time. During one difficult birth, Sabine found herself acting without thought. Her hands moved, Her voice spoke calmly. Later, she realized she had no memory of deciding what to do. There had been no sense of I am being strong. Afterward, when the danger had passed, her hands began to shake. The thought I could have failed appeared, along with a rush of emotion. Sabine saw clearly then. In the moment of action, there was no self. In reflection, the self returned, full of stories. This understanding changed how she related to her work. She stopped trying to be strong. She trusted the response that arose when needed. The self she saw was not a reliable guide in urgent moments. It was a commentator afterward. Not far away, there lived an elderly librarian named Koji. His days were quiet, spent among shelves of books. He enjoyed the stillness. Koji had always thought of himself as thoughtful. He enjoyed reflecting on ideas, remembering passages. Yet as he aged, his memory began to falter. Names slipped away. Details blurred. At first, Koji felt alarmed. If I cannot remember, he thought, who am I? One afternoon, he sat alone in the library, sunlight falling across the floor. He noticed the shelves, the dust, the faint smell of paper. For a long moment, there was no thought at all about himself. And yet, he was there. Koji laughed softly. He realized that the sense of self had been built largely from memory and thought. When those weakened, something more basic remained presence without description. This brought him peace. He still cared for the books. He still helped visitors. He no longer feared the fading of certain abilities. The self he saw was not something that could be lost, because it had never been a thing to begin with. There was a river ferryman named Pavel who spent his days guiding people across a wide crossing. He watched countless faces come and go, some anxious, some distracted, some silent. Pavel rarely spoke during the crossings. He focused on the current, the weight of the boat, the pull of the oars. One day, a passenger asked him, "Don't you get bored doing the same thing every day?" Pavel thought for a moment. "Sometimes," he said, "and sometimes there is no one here to be bored." The passenger laughed, unsure what he meant. Pavel had noticed that boredom required a sense of self comparing this moment to another. When he was simply rowing, watching the water, there was no boredom, only movement. At night, Pavel slept deeply. He did not carry many stories into sleep. There was also a young painter named Irina who struggled with self-doubt. she constantly questioned her talent, her direction. Each brush stroke felt heavy with judgment. One evening, frustrated, Irina painted quickly, without planning. Her mind was too tired to comment. The colors flowed, shapes emerged. When she stepped back, she was surprised by what she saw. The painting felt alive. Later, as she examined it, the familiar doubts returned. Did I do this? Was it luck? Irina began to see a pattern. When the self-commentary quieted, creativity moved freely. When the self asserted itself, everything tightened. She did not try to silence the self deliberately. She simply noticed when it appeared and when it faded. Over time, its voice softened on its own. Across all these lives, a quiet truth repeats. The self appears in thought. It claims experiences after they happen. It takes credit and blame. It worries about continuity. But when we look for it directly, in the immediacy of experience, it is difficult to find. There is hearing without a hearer, seeing without a seer, doing without a doer. This is not a belief. It is something that can be noticed, especially in the stillness of night. As the hours pass, you may find that the words no longer arrange themselves into clear meanings. They may blur together, become sound more than sense. That is fine. Understanding does not need to stay awake. The body knows how to rest. Life continues without supervision. The stories can drift now, like leaves on water. And if the sense of self fades with them, nothing essential is lost. As the night grows quieter, even the question itself seems to thin out. What remains is not an answer, but a kind of openness wide enough for everything to pass through without needing a name. There was a man named Victor who repaired roads on the edge of a large town. His work was physical and repetitive. He filled cracks, smoothed surfaces, cleared debris. Cars passed without noticing him. People rarely spoke to him. For a long time, Victor carried a dull resentment. He thought of himself as invisible. This thought followed him like a shadow. I am overlooked, he would think. I do work that no one sees. One afternoon, while patching a long stretch of road, Victor became absorbed in the rhythm of the task. Scoop, spread, smooth. The sun warmed his back. The sound of traffic blended into a steady hum. For a while, there was no sense of being invisible or visible. There was only work happening. When a car slowed and a driver waved in thanks, the thought, "They see me," appeared. Victor noticed how quickly the feeling of self returned, shaped by that small gesture. Later, as the driver disappeared, the feeling faded again. Victor began to see that his sense of being someone depended greatly on how others appeared to treat him. Without those reflections, the self became faint. This realization did not make him bitter. It softened him. He still appreciated kindness. He still felt irritation at times. But he no longer anchored his existence to these passing interactions. The road did not need him to be someone. It only needed to be repaired. In a quiet coastal village, there lived a woman named Annika, who cared for her aging father. Her days were structured around his needs meals, medicine, conversation, silence. Annika thought of herself as a caretaker. This identity felt heavy at times. When she felt patient, she believed she was doing well. When she felt exhausted, she believed she was failing. One evening, after her father had fallen asleep, Annika sat by the window watching the tide move in and out. The mind slowed. Thoughts came, then spaced out. For a few moments, there was no sense of being a daughter, or a caretaker, or a tired woman. There was simply the sound of water and the weight of the body in the chair. Annika felt relief she could not explain. Over the following weeks, she noticed how the role of caretaker appeared mostly in thought. The actions themselves, lifting a cup, adjusting a blanket, did not carry that label. They simply happened. This understanding gave her room to breathe. She still cared deeply, but the story of who she had to be loosened its grip. Care continued without a caretaker at its center. There was a young messenger named Ilyas who ran between towns delivering letters. He prided himself on his speed. He thought of himself as quick and reliable. One day, he injured his ankle. For weeks, he could not run. He felt restless and uneasy, as if something essential had been taken from him. I am useless now, he thought, as he sat by the roadside, watching others pass. Ilyas noticed moments when this thought faded. When he watched birds lift from the grass, or clouds move across the sky, there was no sense of usefulness or uselessness. There was simply seeing. When the thought returned, the self returned with it. Ilyas recovered slowly. When he ran again, he still enjoyed speed. But he no longer believed that speed was who he was. It was something he did. Sometimes. There was also a glassblower named Renata, whose work required heat and careful timing. She often spoke of listening to the glass, though she could not say how she listened. During one long session, as the molten glass turned and stretched, Renata felt completely absorbed. Her hands adjusted instinctively, her breathing aligned with the movement. Later, watching the finished piece cool, she realized she had no memory of making certain decisions. The work had unfolded without a clear sense of a decision maker. Renata smiled at this. She understood that the self often takes credit for things it did not consciously control. It arrives afterward, claiming authorship. This insight made her less anxious about mistakes. When a piece failed, it failed. When it succeeded, it succeeded. Neither needed to say anything about her. In a crowded city, there lived a bus conductor named Matteo who spent his days calling out stops and collecting fares. The job was loud and repetitive. He often felt drained by the constant interaction. Matteo thought of himself as irritable. He disliked this about himself and tried to hide it. One evening, after a long shift, Matteo sat quietly on a bench. The city noise receded into the background. He noticed that without people around, the irritation was absent. This surprised him. He saw that irritation arose in certain conditions and faded in others. It was not a permanent trait living inside him. It was a response. The next day, when irritation appeared at work, Matteo noticed it without immediately identifying with it. Sometimes it softened. Sometimes it did not. Either way, it passed. This small shift made his days lighter. He stopped thinking of himself as an irritable person. There was irritation sometimes. There was patience sometimes. Neither defined him. There was an old farmer named Suleiman who had worked the same land for decades. He knew the seasons intimately. He thought of himself as experienced. As his body aged, tasks took longer. Younger workers helped him. At first, Suleiman felt diminished. I am no longer the man I was, he thought. One afternoon, resting under a tree, he noticed something simple. While sitting, without working or remembering, there was no sense of being less or more. There was only warmth, shade, breath. Suleiman realized that the comparison to his former self existed only in thought. In the present moment, there was no loss. This understanding brought him peace. He accepted help without shame. The land continued to be tended. There was a musician named Clara who played the cello in small gatherings. She often worried about how she was perceived. Each performance felt like a test of who she was. One night, during a quiet piece, Clara became fully immersed in the sound. The notes flowed. The audience disappeared. After the final note faded, applause erupted. The sense of self rushed back, along with relief and pride. Clara noticed the difference. During the music, there had been no Clara performing. There had been sound happening. Afterward, the self returned to receive the response. This realization changed her relationship with performance. She still cared about playing well, but she stopped using the outcome to define herself. There was also a night watchman named Anton who guarded a warehouse. His job was mostly stillness. He walked the same route, checked the same doors. Anton often felt bored. Yet sometimes, during long, quiet hours, boredom vanished. He would notice the play of shadows, the sound of distant traffic, his own footsteps. In those moments, there was no thought of being bored or not bored. There was simply walking. Anton saw that boredom required a story. This moment should be different. Without that story, the moment was just as it was. Across all these lives, we see the same gentle pattern. The self forms around thought. It tightens around comparison. It loosens in direct experience. This is not something to force or maintain. It happens naturally when attention rests on what is present. As the night deepens, the mind may drift in and out of stories. Sometimes the self will feel clear and solid. Sometimes it will fade into the background. Both are fine. There is no need to hold on to insight. No need to remember these names or stories. They can dissolve as easily as they appeared. Rest does not require a self. Sleep does not belong to anyone. And if the sense of me softens now, slipping quietly into the dark, nothing essential goes with it. As the night stretches on, the sense of continuity loosens. What once felt like a single thread holding everything together begins to look more like many strands appearing and disappearing, woven loosely, never fixed. There was a woman named Maribel who worked as a translator between two neighboring regions. Her days were spent listening carefully, choosing words, carrying meaning across subtle differences. People often told her she was precise. Maribel believed this, and she worried whenever she felt unsure. One afternoon, translating a conversation between two elders, Maribel noticed something unexpected. The words seemed to come on their own. She did not consciously select them. Her mouth moved, the sentences formed, and understanding passed between the speakers. Only afterward did the thought arise I translated that well. She paused, struck by the timing. The work had already happened before the sense of I stepped forward to claim it. Over time, Maribel observed this again and again. When she listened deeply, There was no self involved, only listening. When she reflected later, the self appeared, arranging the memory into a story. This made her gentler with herself. When a translation faltered, she no longer blamed a flawed identity. She adjusted and continued. Meaning still flowed. In a mountain village, there lived a bell maker named Tenzin. His bells were known for their clear tone, resonating long after being struck. Tenzin spoke little, preferring the company of metal and fire. He often said that the bell decided its own sound. One day, a visitor asked him how he shaped such perfect bells. Tenzin smiled and struck a finished bell lightly. The sound lingered in the air. "Where does the sound come from?" he asked. The visitor pointed to the bell. "And before it is struck?" Tenzin asked. The visitor hesitated. Tenzin did not explain further. He returned to his work. For Tenzin, the idea of a self shaping the bell felt inaccurate. There were temperatures, materials, timing, and attention. The sound emerged when conditions met. He did not insert himself into the process. This way of working brought him ease. If a bell cracked, it cracked. If it sang, it sang. Neither altered who he was, because there was no fixed who to alter. There was also a woman named Elise, who worked as a counselor, listening to others' troubles each day. She believed it was important to be present and empathetic. She took this responsibility seriously. One evening, after listening to many stories, Elise felt empty. She worried that she was losing her capacity to care. As she sat quietly, the mind slowed. The labels fell away. For a few moments, there was no counselor, no listener, no helper. There was only tiredness and silence. Elise noticed that this absence of role did not feel wrong. It felt restful. The next day, as she returned to work, she listened without trying to be a certain kind of person. She simply listened. Words were heard. Responses arose. She realized that presence did not require an identity. Caring did not require a self-image. There was a clock repairer named Stefan who spent his days restoring old mechanisms. He enjoyed the patience the work required. He believed this patience defined him. One morning, frustrated by a stubborn piece, Stefan felt anger surge unexpectedly. He was startled. "I am not an angry person," he thought. Then he watched the anger. It pulsed, tightened, then faded. The thought "I am angry" lingered longer than the sensation itself. Stefan laughed softly. He saw how quickly he tried to protect an image of himself. Without that image, there was simply anger happening, then not happening. He returned to the clock. The gears turned when placed correctly. The clock ticked on. There was also a street vendor named Hana who sold fruit at a busy corner. She spoke loudly, laughed easily, and enjoyed the flow of people. Hana thought of herself as cheerful. When she felt low, she felt confused, as if she were failing at being herself. One quiet afternoon, business slowed. Hana sat behind her stall, watching shadows move across the pavement. Her cheerfulness was absent, yet nothing felt broken. She noticed that cheerfulness appeared when energy and interaction were present. It faded when things slowed. It was not a permanent feature. It was a weather pattern. This realization allowed Hana to rest when rest came. She did not force a smile. When energy returned, so did her laughter. In a small monastery, there lived a novice named Luca, who was earnest and full of questions. He often worried about whether he was progressing. One night, sweeping the courtyard, Luca noticed his body moving automatically. The broom scraped the ground. Dust lifted and settled. For several minutes, there was no thought about progress, no concern about self. There was only sweeping. Later, the thought I had a good moment of practice appeared. Luca saw the difference clearly. The experience itself had been free of self. The evaluation came later. This observation eased his striving. He stopped chasing moments and allowed tasks to be tasks. There was a mid-level clerk named Roshan who worked in an office processing forms. He often felt unimportant. His work seemed invisible. One day, absorbed in sorting documents, Roshan noticed a strange contentment. The task unfolded smoothly. Papers moved from one stack to another. Time passed quickly. When a supervisor later criticized his department, Roshan felt the familiar sting. The thought, "I am insignificant," rose sharply. Comparing the two moments, Roshan saw how the sense of self appeared with judgment and comparison. Without them, there was only activity. He did not quit his job. He did not suddenly love it, but he stopped using it as proof of who he was. There was also a woman named Keiko who trained horses. Her work required sensitivity and timing. She spoke often of trust. One morning, working with a restless horse, Keiko noticed her own tension rise. She tried to control it, thinking, "I must be calm." The horse reacted poorly. Later, when she relaxed her effort to be calm and simply responded to the animal, things improved. the thought of being a calm trainer had been interfering. Keiko realized that the self-image had been louder than the moment. When the image softened, responsiveness returned. There was a night baker named Nabil who worked alone, preparing pastries before dawn. He enjoyed the solitude. Sometimes, during the quietest hours, Nabil felt as if he disappeared. There was mixing, baking, timing. The sense of being someone doing these things faded. At first, this startled him. Then it became familiar, even welcome. When customers arrived later, the self returned easily, ready for conversation. But Nabil no longer feared its absence. There was a widower named George who spent his days gardening after his partner passed away. He often thought of himself as lonely. One afternoon, deeply absorbed in planting, George noticed peace. The loneliness was absent, only soil, hands, sunlight. He understood then that loneliness was not constant. It arose in thought, in memory. It was not always present. This gave him comfort. He did not deny his grief. He simply stopped believing it, defined every moment. There is a young student named Aisha who worried constantly about her future. She defined herself by her plans. One night, unable to sleep, Aisha noticed moments when her mind fell quiet. In those moments, the future vanished. There was no student, no ambition, no fear. The quiet frightened her at first. Then it soothed her. She saw that the self she worried about existed mostly in imagined time. In the present, it was much less solid. Across all these lives, something simple repeats. The self is not absent, but it is not central. It arises as needed, then dissolves. It is a tool, not a core. Seeing this does not remove emotion or responsibility. It removes the extra burden of believing we must be someone at all times. As the night continues, the mind may wander. Stories may blend together. Names may fade. That is fine. Nothing important is being asked of you now. Nothing needs to be held. If the sense of self softens further, if it thins into the dark like a mist lifting from the ground, life continues undisturbed. And rest, when it comes naturally, without anyone needing to receive it. As the night carries on, the sense of moving forward becomes less important. There is no destination now, only a gentle unfolding, like listening to a river without needing to know where it began or where it ends. There was a woman named Yelena who worked as a bookbinder in a quiet workshop. Her days were spent aligning pages, stitching spines, pressing covers flat. She liked the order of it. The predictability gave her comfort. Yelena thought of herself as careful. She believed this care was something she possessed, something that defined her. One evening, while binding a stack of old journals, she noticed her attention drifting. Her hands continued their work with familiar precision. The needle passed through paper. The thread tightened. Pages aligned. Only when she finished did she realize she had not been consciously careful at all. This unsettled her. If care could happen without effort, without thought, then where was the careful self she believed in? Over the next days, Yelena watched closely. When she worried about being careful, her hands sometimes shook. When she forgot herself entirely, the work flowed. She began to understand that care was not a possession. It was a response to conditions practice, attention, environment. The self-image of being careful was something added later. This understanding softened her relationship with mistakes. When a binding came out crooked, she corrected it without shame. There was no identity to defend. In a coastal town, there lived a lighthouse keeper named Rowan. Each night, he climbed the spiral stairs and lit the lamp. The light swept across dark water, steady and impersonal. Rowan spent long hours alone. He often thought of himself as solitary. One night, watching the beam move rhythmically, Rowan noticed that loneliness was absent. There was no feeling of being alone or accompanied. There was simply light, motion, sound of waves. Later, when he thought, "I am alone up here," the feeling returned. Rowan realized that solitude was not in the situation. It was in the story. This did not make him seek company. It made his nights easier. He stopped fighting the conditions and stopped building an identity around them. There was a violin maker named Tomasz who believed deeply in craftsmanship. He often spoke of his dedication. One afternoon, while shaping a piece of wood, Tomasz felt irritation rising. The grain resisted his tools. He muttered to himself, "I should be more patient." The irritation grew stronger. He paused and noticed the pattern. The idea of how he should be was tightening everything. When he returned to the work without that thought, simply responding to the wood, the irritation softened. Tomasz saw that patience was not something to summon as a self-trait. It appeared naturally when resistance to the moment dropped. This realization followed him into other parts of life. When impatience appeared, he did not condemn himself. He noticed it, and it passed. There was also a woman named Farah who managed a busy household with many relatives. Her days were filled with coordination, problem solving, and constant interaction. Farah thought of herself as responsible. This thought weighed heavily on her. One afternoon, overwhelmed, she stepped outside and sat quietly. For a few minutes, she did not think about anyone else. The sense of responsibility faded. There was just warmth and stillness. Farah felt guilt at first, then relief. She realized that responsibility existed in action, not as a permanent identity. When action was required, it arose. When it was not, the role could rest. This allowed her to care for others without being consumed by the idea of being responsible all the time. There was a watchful shepherd named Nico who spent long days with his flock. He thought of himself as alert and cautious. One day, lost in thought, he realized he had not been watching carefully for some time, yet nothing had gone wrong. The sheep grazed peacefully. Nico laughed. He noticed that vigilance appeared when needed and faded when not. The identity of being cautious was not constantly present. This eased his tension. He trusted the natural rhythm of attention more than the image he held of himself. In a small town, there lived a florist named Lucinda who arranged flowers for events. She worried often about pleasing others. Lucinda thought of herself as sensitive. When arrangements were praised, she felt validated. When criticized, she felt wounded. One evening, arranging flowers alone after closing, Lucinda noticed her movements becoming fluid. Color and shape guided her hands. There was no concern about judgment. When the arrangement was finished, she felt satisfaction without needing approval. Lucinda saw that sensitivity was not always a vulnerability. It was a quality that appeared when interaction occurred. Alone, there was simply creativity. This understanding helped her face criticism more lightly. It became information, not a statement about her worth. There was a night train conductor named Eric who walked the aisles while passengers slept. His job was quiet, almost invisible. Eric sometimes felt a sense of fading, as if he did not quite exist during those hours. One night, this feeling softened into something else. There was no need to exist as someone. There was movement, footsteps, low light, quiet breathing. Eric realized that the feeling of fading was not loss. It was relief from having to be defined. He carried this ease into his waking hours. He no longer worried about being noticed. There was a young mother named Sophia who struggled with feeling inadequate. She constantly questioned whether she was doing enough. One night, rocking her child to sleep, Sophia noticed a moment of pure presence. There was warmth, weight, gentle motion, no thought of adequacy or failure. Later, when the thought returned, she recognized it as just that, a thought. Sophia learned to trust the moments when care happened naturally, without commentary. Those moments were more real than her worries. There was also a retired sailor named Henrik who spent his days watching the harbor. He often spoke of his past, of who he had been. One afternoon, sitting quietly, Henrik noticed a stretch of time without memory. There was only water, birds, wind. In that stretch, he was not a sailor or a retired man. He was simply there. Henrik felt a gentle joy. He realized that his past did not need to be carried constantly. It could rest. This softened his nostalgia. He still remembered when memories came, but he did not live inside them. There was a tailor named Priya who worked late into the night, adjusting hems and seams. She thought of herself as meticulous. One night, exhausted, she rushed a small job and immediately noticed the mistake. The familiar thought arose, "I am careless." Priya paused and looked closely. The mistake was real. The conclusion about herself was extra. She fixed the seam. The thought faded. From then on, Priya began separating actions from identity. Errors required correction, not condemnation. This made her work steadier and her nights quieter. Across all these lives, something becomes clear in the dark. The self is not a fixed presence moving through time. It is a series of thoughts arising around experience. Useful sometimes, burdensome when believed too deeply. When this is seen, even briefly, there is a sense of space. Life continues to function, care continues, action continues. But the weight of being someone eases. As the night deepens further, the words may feel slower. Gaps may appear between them. Those gaps are not empty. They are simply free of explanation. You do not need to follow every sentence. You do not need to understand. The self does not need to be present for rest to happen. Sleep does not require an identity. And if, in these quiet hours, the sense of me loosens its hold and drifts gently into the background, nothing essential is left behind. As the night settles even more deeply, The rhythm of listening may slow. The words do not need to be gathered now. They can pass like distant lights seen from a moving train, noticed, then gone. There was a man named Olin who repaired clocks in a narrow room above a bakery. Each day, he worked among ticking sounds, each one marking time in its own way. Olin believed he understood time well. He often said it was his profession. Yet, one evening, as he sat quietly after finishing a repair, he noticed something simple. While the clocks ticked, his attention drifted. For a while, he did not notice time passing at all. There was sound, warmth, stillness. When he looked up, surprised by how late it was, the thought time has passed appeared suddenly. Olin smiled. He realized that time, like the self, existed strongly in thought, but weakly in direct experience. When thought rested, time softened. When thought returned, time reasserted itself. This did not change his work. He still repaired clocks, but he no longer believed that time was always present in the same way. There was also a woman named Morella who worked as a cleaner in a large building after hours. She moved quietly through empty rooms, wiping surfaces, emptying bins. Morella thought of herself as unnoticed. This belief had shaped her for years. One night, as she polished a long hallway floor, she noticed the reflection of lights stretching ahead of her, the motion of her hands, the sound of the cloth, the steady pace, all of it absorbed her. In that absorption, there was no sense of being unnoticed or noticed. There was only movement. Later, when she passed a security guard who barely acknowledged her, the old feeling returned. I am invisible. Morella saw clearly then. The self she carried depended on interaction. Without it, the self thinned out. This understanding did not make her bitter. It made her quieter, inside. She continued her work without the added weight of feeling unseen. There was a poet named Adrian who struggled with his writing. He often felt blocked, convinced that he had lost his voice. One night, unable to sleep, Adrian wrote without intention. Words flowed without direction. He did not think of himself as a poet in that moment. He simply wrote. The next day, reading what he had written, he felt surprised. The voice he thought he had lost was there. Adrian saw that the idea of being a poet had been interfering with writing. When the self-image dropped away, expression returned. He stopped worrying about his identity as a writer. He wrote when writing happened. There was also a delivery driver named Kenji who spent his days navigating traffic. He often felt impatient and judged himself harshly for it. One afternoon, stuck in traffic, Kenji noticed a moment when irritation did not arise. There was simply waiting, engine humming, light changing. Then a horn sounded, and irritation surged back. Kenji laughed softly. He realized that impatience was not always present. It arose in certain conditions. It was not who he was. This realization allowed him to sit more easily with delays. Sometimes impatience appeared. Sometimes it did not. Either way, it passed. There was an archivist named Salma who spent her days cataloging documents. She enjoyed order and clarity. Salma thought of herself as organized. When she misplaced something, she felt shaken. One evening, tired, she misfiled a document. The familiar thought arose. I am careless. She paused and noticed the feeling. Tension, heat, unease. Then she noticed something else. The mistake existed. The judgment was separate. Salma corrected the filing. The judgment faded. She saw how quickly she tied actions to identity. When she loosened that tie, mistakes became manageable. There was a fisherman named Paolo who went out before dawn each day. Some mornings were successful, some were not. When the nets were full, Paolo felt confident. When they were empty, he felt doubt. One morning, after many empty days, Paolo sat quietly on his boat, watching the water. The mind grew still. The sense of success or failure faded. In that stillness, Paolo felt content. Later, when he thought about the catch, the feelings returned. Paolo realized that his sense of worth was tied to outcomes in thought, not to the simple act of being on the water. This understanding made disappointment less heavy. He still preferred full nets. He simply did not become them. There was a stagehand named Leora who worked behind the scenes in a theater. She enjoyed the work, but rarely received recognition. Leora thought of herself as supporting, not central. One night, during a performance, something went wrong with the lighting. Leora responded quickly, adjusting a switch at just the right moment. The show continued smoothly. No one noticed. Later, Leora felt a quiet satisfaction that did not need acknowledgement. She realized that meaning did not require being seen. The sense of self that sought recognition was optional. There was a night nurse named Thomasina who moved through dim hallways checking patients. She often felt emotionally stretched. One quiet hour, while watching a patient sleep, Thomasina noticed a deep calm. There was no sense of being a nurse or a caregiver, There was simply presence. This calm did not last. Duties resumed. The self returned. But Thomasina had seen that rest was possible even in the middle of responsibility. It did not depend on stepping away. It depended on the self softening. There was a carpenter named Jiro who enjoyed shaping wood. He often lost track of time while working. When asked what he thought about during those hours, Jiro said, "Nothing in particular." He noticed that when thought quieted, the sense of being someone doing carpentry faded. There was just shaping, fitting, adjusting. This was not a special state. It was ordinary when he stopped thinking about himself. There was a woman named Petra who often replayed conversations in her mind, worrying about how she came across. One night, exhausted, she fell into a moment of stillness where no replay occurred. The absence of self-critique felt like relief. When the replay returned, she recognized it as habit, not truth. Petra learned to let the mind run its loops without believing they defined her. There was also a gardener named Malik who tended a public park. He watched seasons change year after year. Malik noticed that plants did not worry about identity. They grew, rested, shed leaves, returned. This simple observation stayed with him. When he felt unsure about himself, he remembered the plants. Life did not ask them who they were. There was a long-distance driver named Elena who spent nights on empty roads. Sometimes, driving for hours, she felt as if she vanished. At first, this frightened her, then it soothed her. In those stretches, there was movement without a mover, attention without a watcher. Elena came to cherish those hours. They felt like rest. Across all these quiet lives, the same gentle understanding continues to surface. The self appears in thought. It narrates. It evaluates. It compares. But beneath that narration, life is already happening. We do not need to remove the self. We do not need to improve it. We only need to see how lightly it is held together. In the deepening night, this seeing may come and go. It may fade entirely. That is fine. Nothing is required of you now. Nothing needs to be remembered. The words can soften. The spaces between them can widen. And if sleep has already begun to carry you, then these stories will simply drift on, without anyone needing to follow them. Life continues, quietly, even when the self is no longer found. As the night continues, its slow turning, the sense of following along may soften. listening can become more like floating, with words passing beneath you, touching lightly, then moving on. There was a woman named Isolde who restored old paintings in a small museum. Her work required long hours of stillness and careful attention. She often spoke of patience, though she rarely felt it as a personal quality. One evening, while cleaning a fragile section of paint, Isolde noticed that her breathing had slowed. Her thoughts quieted. The brush moved almost on its own. She did not feel like a restorer, or even like a person doing something important. There was simply movement, responding to color and texture. Later, when a colleague praised her skill, the sense of self returned. I did that, the thought said, bringing with it a familiar tightening. Isolde saw the contrast clearly. During the work itself, there had been no self to praise. The self arrived afterward, collecting credit. This did not trouble her. It felt almost amusing. She continued her work with less tension, allowing praise and criticism to pass through without lodging. In a hillside town, there lived a man named Raoul who repaired stone walls. His hands were rough, his movements deliberate. He thought of himself as steady. One day, while lifting stones, Raoul slipped and scraped his arm. Pain flared sharply. For a moment, there was only sensation, heat, sting, pressure. Then the thought came, I am clumsy. Raoul paused. He noticed that the pain did not need the thought to exist. The thought added a story, but it did not help the arm heal. He wrapped the wound and returned to work. The story faded. The stones were still there. Raoul began to see how often he added an extra layer to experience. The world did not ask for this layer. It appeared automatically, then dissolved. There was also a woman named Hanai who taught children to swim in a public pool. She spent her days encouraging hesitant movements, watching splashes and smiles. Hanai believed she was encouraging by nature. When she felt tired or short-tempered, she judged herself harshly. One afternoon, while guiding a child's hands through the water, Hanai noticed something simple. Encouragement was happening without thought. Her voice softened naturally. Her body responded to the child's movements. Later, when she reflected, she labeled herself as kind. Hanai saw that kindness did not require an identity. It appeared when conditions called for it. This made her gentler with herself on difficult days. Fatigue did not cancel kindness. It was simply another condition passing through. In a desert town, there lived a glass merchant named Samir who spent his days arranging fragile wares. He worried constantly about breakage. Samir thought of himself as anxious. He believed this anxiety was part of who he was. One quiet afternoon, alone in the shop, Samir became absorbed in arranging colors and shapes. The anxiety faded completely. He noticed this with surprise. When a customer entered and asked questions, the anxiety returned. Samir realized that anxiety arose in relationship, not in isolation. It was not a fixed trait living inside him. Over time, this understanding loosened his grip on the label. Anxiety still appeared. It simply did not define him. There was a woman named Mirek who worked as a map maker. She drew borders, rivers, roads. Her work was precise. Mirek often thought about boundaries. She believed they were essential. One evening, studying an old map, she noticed how borders shifted across time. Lines moved. Names changed. The land remained. She reflected quietly. The self, she realized, was like a border drawn on experience, useful for navigation, not inherent. This insight stayed with her. She continued drawing maps, knowing they were representations, not reality. There was a baker named Juliet who specialized in delicate pastries. She worried deeply about consistency. Juliet thought of herself as exacting. When something went wrong, she felt personally at fault. One morning, exhausted, she made a small error in a batch. Expecting failure, she tasted the result. It was still good. Juliet laughed softly. She saw how tightly she held her identity as precise. When that grip loosened, there was room for variation, even grace. She continued to care about quality, but without the pressure of being someone who must never err. There was a night janitor named Ramesh who cleaned an office building after everyone had left. He worked methodically, floor by floor. Ramesh often felt forgotten. This thought followed him through empty corridors. One night, listening to the hum of machines, he noticed a stretch of time without thought. There was only walking, cleaning, movement. In that stretch, there was no forgotten person. There was no remembered one either. Later, when thoughts returned, so did the familiar feeling. Ramesh saw that his sense of being forgotten depended on comparison. Without comparison, it dissolved. This did not change his job. It changed how heavy it felt. There was a woman named Alara who composed music late at night. She often doubted herself. Ilara believed creativity defined her. When inspiration faded, she felt lost. One night, she played without expectation. Notes emerged without effort. She did not think of herself as creative or uncreative. She simply played. Afterward, listening to the recording, she felt surprised. The music was there. Ilara realized that creativity did not belong to her. It passed through when conditions allowed. She stopped chasing it. She waited and played when playing happened. There was a train dispatcher named Bodan who coordinated arrivals and departures. His job required constant attention. Bodan thought of himself as vigilant. When he made a small error, he felt shaken. One evening, after a long shift, he sat quietly and noticed the absence of vigilance. There was no alertness, no planning, just tiredness. He noticed that vigilance appeared only when required. It did not exist as a constant trait. This understanding eased his fear of mistakes. Attention would arise again when needed. There was a woman named Nure who cared for stray animals. She often felt overwhelmed by the scale of suffering. Nure thought of herself as compassionate. When she felt numb, she felt ashamed. One afternoon, sitting quietly among sleeping animals, she noticed peace. Compassion was not active, yet nothing felt wrong. She saw that compassion was a response, not a permanent state. It arose when called for, rested when not. This allowed her to continue her work without burning out. There was a metal worker named Antonin who shaped iron into tools. He enjoyed the heat and force of the work. Antonin thought of himself as strong. When age began to slow him, he felt uneasy. One day, watching a younger worker lift what he no longer could, Antonin noticed a moment without comparison. There was simply watching. In that moment, there was no strong or weak self. This understanding softened his resistance to change. Strength had never been a possession. It was a condition. There was a librarian named Yara who spent long hours in quiet rooms. She enjoyed solitude. Yara thought of herself as introverted. When she needed company, she felt confused. One afternoon, laughing with a visitor, Yara noticed ease. The label of introvert was absent. Later, alone again, solitude returned easily. Yara saw that labels followed circumstances. They did not define essence. There was a delivery cyclist named Thomas who raced through city streets. He loved speed. When injured, Thomas felt restless and angry. "This is not who I am," he thought. While recovering, Sitting in a park, Thomas noticed moments of calm without movement. The self that needed speed was quiet. This surprised him. When he wrote again, speed was joyful. When he rested, rest was enough. Across all these lives, something continues to repeat, softly, patiently. The self forms around habits of thought. It borrows energy from comparison and memory. It fades when attention rests on what is here. Nothing needs to be done about this. Nothing needs to be fixed. As the night deepens further, the stories may lose their edges. Names may blur together. Meaning may thin. That is not a problem. The teaching does not need to be grasped. Understanding can come and go. If sleep has already begun to carry you, then these words are simply sound, moving gently through the dark. And if the sense of self loosens now, becoming quiet, transparent, or absent altogether, life continues without interruption. The night holds everything without needing to know what it holds. As the night settles into its deepest hours, even the sense of listening may become faint. The words can arrive as sound, then dissolve again, like footsteps passing somewhere far away. There was a woman named Celeste who worked as a letter carrier in a hillside town. Each morning, she walked the same winding routes, delivering envelopes and parcels. She knew the paths so well that her feet seemed to remember them without instruction. Celeste often thought of herself as reliable. She took pride in never missing a delivery. One foggy morning, moving along a familiar street, she realized she had no memory of the last several minutes. The houses had passed. The letters had been placed. Yet she could not recall consciously choosing each turn. She stopped and stood quietly. Nothing was missing. The work had been done. Celeste noticed how often the sense of "I am doing this" arrived only after the fact. The walking, the delivering, the turning of corners happened on their own. The self arrived later, narrating. This did not make her careless. It made her less tense. She trusted the flow of movement more than the story of herself as reliable. In a small workshop near a river, there lived a man named Borislav who carved wooden toys. His hands were steady, his movements slow. He believed patience was his greatest strength. One afternoon, distracted by a troubling thought, Borislav rushed a carving and chipped a delicate edge. Frustration rose quickly. "I have lost my patience," he thought. Then he paused. He noticed that impatience was simply a sensation, tightness in the chest, heat in the face. It did not erase the years of carving that lived in his hands. He adjusted the piece and continued. Borislav realized that patience was not something he owned. It was something that appeared when resistance softened. This understanding followed him gently. He no longer tried to be patient. He allowed moments to be as they were. There was also a woman named Mirette who managed a small inn. Her days were filled with greeting guests, solving problems, smoothing tensions. Mirette thought of herself as hospitable. When she felt irritated, she felt she was failing. One night, after a long day, Mirette sat alone in the dining room. The tables were cleared. The candles burned low. For a while, there was no sense of being hospitable or inhospitable. There was simply quiet. Mirette felt relief. She saw that hospitality arose in interaction. Alone, the identity had nothing to attach to. This allowed her to rest more fully. When guests arrived, warmth returned naturally. When they left, she did not cling to the role. There was a man named Theo who worked as a sign painter. He enjoyed shaping letters, watching words appear stroke by stroke. Theo thought of himself as creative. On days when ideas flowed, he felt alive. On days when they did not, he felt empty. One evening, painting a simple sign, Theo noticed that creativity was not something he felt inside. It appeared in the movement of the brush, the spacing of letters. When he worried about being creative, the brush hesitated. When he forgot himself, the work flowed. Theo laughed quietly. He stopped measuring his days by how creative he felt. He painted when painting happened. There was a woman named Kalina who cared for a large garden behind an old house. She spent hours pruning, watering, observing. Kalina often thought of herself as nurturing. She liked this image. One afternoon, exhausted, she neglected a section of the garden. Some plants wilted. Guilt arose quickly. I am failing as a caretaker, she thought. Then she noticed the simplicity of it. Water had not been given. Plants responded accordingly. The story about herself added nothing to the situation. She watered the plants. Some recovered. Some did not. Kalina saw that care was an action, not an identity. This understanding softened her guilt and allowed her to continue without harshness. There was a watchful crossing guard named Emile who helped children cross a busy street each morning. He wore the same bright vest and held the same sign. Emile thought of himself as responsible. He took the job seriously. One morning, absorbed in watching traffic. Emile realized there was no thought of responsibility. There was simply attention. Later, when a parent thanked him, the thought, "I am responsible," appeared. Emile saw how the self followed recognition. It did not lead the action. This realization made his mornings lighter. He still watched carefully. He just did not carry the role home with him. There was a woman named Soraya who worked as a tailor's assistant. She spent long hours pressing seams and trimming threads. Soraya thought of herself as secondary, not important. One afternoon, focused on her work, Soraya noticed contentment. The sense of being secondary was absent. Later, when her supervisor dismissed her contribution, the old feeling returned. Soraya recognized the pattern. Importance and unimportance arose in thought, not in the action itself. This insight did not change her position. It changed how deeply she believed the stories around it. There was a man named Leonard who taught mathematics at a small college. He enjoyed clarity and logic. Leonard thought of himself as intelligent. When he struggled with a problem, he felt uneasy. One night, unable to solve a question, Leonard noticed frustration rising. He watched it carefully. The frustration faded. The problem remained unsolved. Leonard laughed softly. Intelligence, he realized, was not a constant possession. It appeared and disappeared. This made learning more playful. He stopped protecting an image and allowed not knowing. There was a street musician named Alonzo who played guitar for passers-by. He depended on their reactions. When people stopped, he felt valued. When they passed by, he felt invisible. One evening, playing alone after most had gone home, Alonzo noticed a moment of joy without audience. There was sound, vibration, movement. The need for validation was absent. Alonzo saw that the self-seeking approval appeared with others. Alone, it rested. This allowed him to play more freely. Applause became pleasant, not necessary. There was a woman named Renee who worked as a proofreader. She caught small errors others missed. Renee thought of herself as detail-oriented. She worried about losing this ability. One night, tired, she missed a mistake. The familiar thought arose, "I am slipping." She paused and noticed the fear. Then she noticed the simplicity of the situation. A mistake had been missed. It could be corrected. Renee realized how quickly she tied skill to identity. When that tie loosened, work became lighter. There was a man named Yusuf who ran a small tea stall. He enjoyed conversation. Yusuf thought of himself as friendly. On quiet days, he felt dull. One slow afternoon, Yusuf watched steam rise from a kettle. There was no friendliness, no dullness. There was simply warmth and movement. He felt calm. When customers arrived, friendliness returned naturally. Yusuf saw that friendliness was not something to maintain. It arose with conditions. There was a woman named Petra who worked as a night auditor at a hotel. Her job required accuracy and solitude. Petra often felt detached from others. One night, reviewing numbers, Petra noticed a deep focus without isolation. There was no sense of being alone or connected. Later, when she thought about her social life, the feeling of detachment returned. Petra understood that isolation lived in thought, not in the quiet hours themselves. There was a retired mechanic named Rolf who spent his days fixing things for neighbors. He enjoyed usefulness. When his hands began to ache, he felt anxious. Who am I if I cannot fix things, he wondered. One afternoon, sitting quietly, Rolf noticed peace without usefulness. There was no fixing, no identity, just rest. This brought him comfort. He continued helping when he could. He rested when he could not. There was a woman named Lydia who organized community events. She thrived on coordination. Lydia thought of herself as capable. When events failed, she felt shaken. One night, after a poorly attended gathering, Lydia sat alone. The sense of failure faded. There was only quiet. She saw that capability existed in action, not in the story afterward. Across all these quiet moments, the same gentle truth continues to reveal itself. The self appears when we think about ourselves. It fades when attention rests on what is happening. It is not wrong. It is simply not solid. We do not need to push it away. We do not need to hold on to it. As the night moves on, the mind may drift between these states, sometimes full of self, sometimes empty of it. Both are natural. You may notice gaps where nothing needs to be named. You may notice thoughts returning, soft and indistinct. Nothing is required now. Nothing is being tested. If sleep is already unfolding, then these words are only a gentle current moving alongside it. And if, in this quiet, the sense of me loosens and becomes thin, transparent, or absent, life continues easily, without effort, without loss. The night knows how to hold everything, even when there is no one left to hold it. As the night moves closer to its quiet center, the sense of time itself may begin to blur. Minutes and hours matter less now. There is only this gentle unfolding, one moment leaning into the next without effort. There was a woman named Aurelia who worked as a conservator in a botanical garden. Her days were spent caring for rare plants, adjusting light, moisture, and soil. She often spoke of responsibility, though she sometimes felt overwhelmed by it. Aurelia believed she was someone who had to be attentive at all times. If a leaf yellowed or a stem weakened, she felt personally at fault. One late evening, while checking a greenhouse alone, she noticed the soft hum of heaters, the scent of damp earth, the quiet glow of lamps. For a while, she forgot why she was there. There was only walking, looking, listening. In that forgetting, there was no responsible person, no caretaker, and yet the plants were still there, still growing. When the thought of responsibility returned, it felt heavier than before. Aurelia realized then that care happened most naturally when she was not thinking about herself as someone who must care. The role appeared in thought. The action arose on its own. She continued her work with less strain. When attention was needed, it came. When it wasn't, there was rest. In a fishing town by the northern sea, there lived a man named Eric who repaired nets. His work was repetitive and quiet. He believed himself to be diligent, and he worried when fatigue slowed him. One afternoon, as he worked, his hands moved automatically through familiar patterns. His mind wandered, then quieted. The net took shape. Later, when he noticed how much had been done, the thought appeared, "I have been working hard." Eric smiled at this. The work had happened before the thought arrived. Over time, he began to see diligence not as a quality he possessed, but as a rhythm that arose when needed. When it faded, rest followed. This made his days gentler. He no longer judged himself by his energy. There was also a woman named Chiara who worked as an archivist, restoring fragile letters and documents. She believed herself to be careful, even reverent, toward the past. One night, handling an old letter, she noticed her hands trembling slightly. A surge of anxiety rose. "I must not damage this," she thought. Her grip tightened, making the task harder. Chiara paused and softened her hands. She noticed the letter, the table, the light. The anxiety eased. The work continued. She saw clearly then that the idea of being careful had interfered with care itself. Care, she realized, was not a story about who she was. It was a simple responsiveness. In a narrow street lined with old shops, there lived a man named Pavel who repaired shoes. His bench sat near the window, and he often watched people pass as he worked. Pavel thought of himself as ordinary. This thought sometimes carried a quiet sadness. One day, deeply absorbed in stitching a sole, Pavel forgot to watch the street. There was only leather, thread, pressure. The sadness was absent. When he later looked up and saw a group of people laughing together, the thought, "I am ordinary," returned. Pavel noticed how this thought depended on comparison. Without comparison, there was no sense of ordinariness or extraordinariness. This understanding did not make him feel special. It made him feel free. There was a woman named Zainab who worked as a night dispatcher for emergency services. Her job required calm under pressure. Zainab thought of herself as composed. When she felt overwhelmed, she worried she was failing. During one intense night, calls came in rapidly. Zainab responded without hesitation. Her voice remained steady. Her hands moved efficiently. Afterward, when things slowed, she felt her heart race and her hands shake. The thought arose, "I barely held it together." Zainab saw the contrast. In the moment of action, there had been no self to hold together. The self arrived afterward, full of commentary. This realization eased her fear. She trusted the moment to bring what it needed. There was also a man named Lucian who worked as a caretaker in an old cemetery. His days were quiet, spent trimming grass, cleaning stones, maintaining paths. Lucian often felt surrounded by absence. He thought of himself as solitary. One morning, as mist lifted among the graves, Lucian felt a deep sense of presence. Birds called. Dew sparkled. The air was cool. For a long while, there was no sense of solitude or company. There was simply the world, alive. When thoughts returned, the feeling of solitude returned too. Lucian realized that solitude was not inherent in being alone. It arose from thought. This understanding brought him comfort. He no longer felt haunted by absence. There was a young woman named Marwa who studied medicine. She defined herself by her ambition. Marwa worried constantly about her future. When she rested, she felt guilty. One night, exhausted, she fell into a brief moment of stillness. The future disappeared. There was no student, no ambition, no worry. The quiet frightened her at first. Then it soothed her. Marwa saw that the self she worried about existed mostly in imagined time. In the present, it was faint. This did not erase her goals. It softened her grip on them. There was a man named Soren who worked as a sound technician for small concerts. He listened carefully, adjusting levels and tones. Soren thought of himself as precise. When feedback squealed or equipment failed, he felt personally responsible. One evening, during a performance, a minor issue resolved itself before he could react. The sound balanced naturally. Later, he noticed that his intervention had not been needed. The system adjusted. Soren realized that control was often assumed, not actual. The self that believed it managed everything was overstating its role. This made him less anxious. He still listened carefully. He simply trusted the flow more. There was a woman named Beatrice who worked as a social worker. She carried many stories of suffering. Beatrice thought of herself as strong. When she felt sadness, she feared she was losing strength. One quiet evening, sitting alone, sadness arose without resistance. Tears came, then stopped. There was no thought of strength or weakness in that moment. There was simply feeling. Beatrice understood that strength did not require constant hardness. It included softness too. There is a man named Otto who built boats by hand. He enjoyed the smell of wood and resin. Otto thought of himself as skilled. When a joint did not fit, he felt frustration. One afternoon, he stepped back from a problem and let his hands rest. When he returned, the solution appeared easily. Otto saw that effort and identity often blocked clarity. When the self stepped aside, understanding arose. There was a woman named Layla who organized schedules for a large clinic. She prided herself on efficiency. When a schedule collapsed due to unforeseen events, Layla felt panicked. "I am failing," she thought. Later, as the chaos settled, she noticed something simple. The clinic continued. People adapted. Layla realized that efficiency was not a personal attribute she needed to defend. It was a pattern that emerged and dissolved. This eased her fear of disorder. There was also an elderly man named Haruto who spent his evenings feeding stray cats. He did not think much about it. One night, watching the cats eat, Haruto noticed contentment. There was no thought of being kind or generous. Later, when someone thanked him, the thought "I am kind" appeared. Haruto smiled softly. He saw how kindness did not need a name. There was a woman named Inez who worked as a translator for court proceedings. She worried about accuracy. Inez thought of herself as responsible for every word. One day, after a long session, she noticed exhaustion. The sense of responsibility faded. There was only tiredness. Nothing collapsed. Inez realized that responsibility appeared when needed and rested when not. It was not a constant burden. Across all these quiet moments, something becomes more and more apparent. The self is a useful idea, but a fragile one. It forms around memory, expectation, comparison. It dissolves in immediacy, in absorption, in rest. This is not a problem to solve. It is not a truth to defend. It is simply something that can be noticed again and again, especially in the still hours of night. As the words continue, they may begin to lose their shape. Sentences may blur. Attention may drift. That is not a mistake. Understanding does not need to stay awake. Listening does not need to be complete. If sleep is arriving now, it arrives on its own, without effort, without anyone needing to fall asleep. And if, in this deep quiet, the sense of self fades, becoming thin, transparent, or absent altogether, nothing essential is lost. Life continues, breathing itself, moving itself, resting itself. The night holds everything gently, even when there is no one left to be held. As the night grows stiller, the sense of moving through a story may soften. It can feel as though the words are no longer leading anywhere, but simply appearing and dissolving, like ripples fading back into water. There was a woman named Elsbeth who worked as a miller, grinding grain at the edge of a slow river. The wheel turned day and night, driven by water she did not control. Elsbeth often watched it with quiet respect. She believed herself to be diligent. She arrived early, checked the stones, adjusted the flow. When the grain ground evenly, she felt satisfied. When something jammed or slowed, she felt irritated with herself. One night, while the mill worked smoothly, Elsbeth found herself staring at the water instead of the wheel. The sound became steady, almost soothing. For a while, there was no sense of being diligent or careless. There was only turning, flowing, sound. Later, when she noticed how much grain had been ground, the thought arose, "I've worked well tonight." Elsbeth smiled gently. She saw how the work happened in cooperation with many things: water, stone, grain, timing. The idea of a diligent self was a summary added afterward. From then on, when problems arose, she fixed them without turning them into a judgment about who she was. the mill continued to turn. There was a man named Casimir who worked as a locksmith. His days were spent opening doors for others, sometimes for those locked out, sometimes for those locked in. Casimir thought of himself as clever. He enjoyed solving puzzles. When a lock resisted him, he felt challenged. When it opened easily, he felt proud. One afternoon, faced with a stubborn mechanism, Casimir tried repeatedly and failed. Frustration grew. The thought I should be better than this pressed heavily. He stepped back and waited. After a while, without effort, he noticed a detail he had missed. The lock opened smoothly. Casimir noticed that the solution had not come from forcing an identity of cleverness. It appeared when the tension eased. He began to see how often the idea of being clever interfered with clarity. When the self stepped aside, understanding arrived on its own. There was also a woman named Renata who worked as a seam ripper in a clothing factory. Her task was to undo mistakes made by others. She spent her days carefully removing stitches. Renata thought of herself as corrective. She often felt that her work existed only because of failure. One evening, as she removed a long line of stitches, her movements became rhythmic. The sense of correcting someone else's error faded. There was simply undoing and redoing. In that moment, there was no failure to respond to, no correction to be proud of. There was just motion. Later, when she thought about her role, the familiar sense of fixing returned. Renata saw that meaning did not live in the label of her job. It lived in the simple act of doing. There was a man named Auguste who worked as a night porter at a small hotel. He greeted late arrivals and watched over the quiet hours. Auguste often felt invisible during his shifts. Most guests barely noticed him. One night, as he sat behind the desk listening to the building settle, he noticed a sense of calm without invisibility. There was no one to be seen or unseen. There was simply presence. When a guest later ignored him completely, the thought "I am invisible" returned. Auguste recognized how the self depended on being reflected by others. Without reflection, it rested. This made his nights easier. He stopped needing acknowledgement to feel at ease. There was a woman named Heloise who cataloged artifacts in a museum basement. She worked mostly alone, surrounded by objects from long ago. Heloise thought of herself as careful and scholarly. She worried about making errors that might distort history. One evening, while labeling a collection, she noticed her hands moving steadily, even as her mind drifted. The labels were placed correctly. The objects were recorded. Later, when she reviewed her work, the thought arose, "I've been very careful." She saw the pattern clearly. Care was present before the thought. The thought came afterward, claiming it. This allowed her to relax. She trusted the process more than the self-image. There was a man named Ibrahim who ran a small ferry across a narrow channel. The crossing took only a few minutes, but he made it many times a day. Ibrahim thought of himself as routine-bound. He believed his life lacked variety. One afternoon, while crossing under a wide sky, he noticed the water shifting colors, the wind changing slightly. There was no sense of routine. Each crossing felt new. Later, when he thought about his life, the story of sameness returned. Ibrahim realized that routine existed mostly in memory and expectation. In the present moment, things were always changing. This realization brought quiet interest back into his days. There was a woman named Sofiane who worked as a voice coach. She helped others find clarity and confidence in speech. Sofiane believed herself to be expressive. When she felt tired or flat, she worried she was losing something essential. One evening, listening to a student speak, Sofiane noticed that understanding arose without effort. She responded naturally, without trying to be expressive. Later, reflecting on the session, she felt satisfied. She saw that expression was not a constant trait. It appeared when listening was deep. This freed her from trying to maintain a particular version of herself. There was a man named Radu who worked as a glass installer. His job required careful handling of fragile panes. Radu thought of himself as cautious. When a pane cracked, he felt shaken. One day, distracted, he dropped a piece that shattered instantly. The sound echoed sharply. For a moment, there was only sound. Then came the thought, "I am careless." Radu noticed the delay. The glass had broken before the story formed. The story did not change what had happened. He cleaned up the shards and continued his work. Over time, he learned to separate events from identity. Accidents required response, not self-judgment. There was a woman named Noura who worked as a script editor, reading and revising dialogue. She thought of herself as perceptive. When she missed something obvious, she felt embarrassed. One night, tired, she overlooked a line that later caused confusion. The familiar feeling of inadequacy arose. Noura paused and observed it. The feeling faded. The work remained. She corrected the line. She realized how quickly she turned moments into statements about herself. When she stopped doing that, the work felt lighter. There was a man named Toon who repaired bicycles in a small shop. He enjoyed the mechanical simplicity. Toon thought of himself as practical. When he became lost in thought, he felt frustrated. One afternoon, while adjusting a chain, Toon noticed that his hands worked smoothly even while his mind wandered. The repair was completed without conscious planning. Later, the thought arose, "I'm good at this." Toon smiled. The thought was pleasant, but unnecessary. There was also a woman named Mireya who managed a community kitchen. She coordinated meals for many people. Mireya thought of herself as organized. When things became chaotic, she felt overwhelmed. One busy evening, orders overlapped and ingredients ran low. Mireya responded quickly, improvising without thought. Afterward, she realized she had not felt overwhelmed at all. The self that worried about organization had been absent during the action. This understanding helped her trust herself more, without clinging to an identity. There was a man named Stephanus who worked as a night guard at a factory. His shifts were long and quiet. Stephanus often felt the weight of time passing slowly. One night, listening to the hum of machinery, he noticed a stretch of time without boredom. There was sound, light, and stillness. Later, when he checked the clock, he was surprised by how much time had passed. He saw that boredom required a self-measuring time. Without that measurement, time flowed easily. There was a woman named Lotta who restored old photographs. She brought faded images back to clarity. Lotta thought of herself as preserving memory. She felt important doing this work. One evening, deeply absorbed, she forgot entirely about preservation. There was only adjustment, focus, subtle change. When she finished, the image was clear. The sense of importance returned afterward, but it felt less heavy. She realized that meaning did not need to be carried constantly. It could appear and fade. There was a man named Osman who ran a small bar at the edge of town. He listened to many stories. Osman thought of himself as a listener. When he felt impatient, he judged himself. One quiet night, with few patrons, Osman noticed ease without listening. There was no role to play. When conversation returned, listening returned naturally. Osman saw that roles did not need to be maintained in absence. They arose when needed. Across all these quiet lives, the same gentle pattern continues to show itself. The self is not something we are. It is something that appears. It narrates experience, then recedes. When this is seen, even faintly, there is room to rest. As the night deepens further, the words may feel slower, softer, less distinct. That is natural. You do not need to stay with them. You do not need to follow each turn. If sleep is already moving through you, then these stories are simply sound, moving alongside it. And if the sense of me grows quiet, now thinning, loosening, fading, nothing essential is lost. Life continues, gently and steadily, even when the self is no longer found. As the night continues to deepen, the sense of being carried may replace the sense of moving. The words can arrive and leave without needing to be held, like waves that reach the shore and quietly return. There is a woman named Margot who worked as a typesetter for a small printing press. Her days were spent aligning letters, spacing lines, preparing pages for ink. She liked the quiet precision of the work. Margot believed she was exacting. She felt uneasy when things were misaligned, as if something about her had slipped. One evening, tired after many hours, Margot noticed her hands continuing to arrange the type while her mind drifted. The letters fell into place without effort. When she looked over the finished page, it was clean and balanced. Only then did the thought appear, "I've done this carefully." Margot paused. She realized the care had been present before the thought arrived. The thought was simply a description added afterward. This understanding allowed her to relax. When mistakes occurred, she corrected them without turning them into a story about herself. The work felt lighter. In a small riverside town, there lived a man named Orest who ferried people across on a narrow wooden boat. The crossing was brief, but he made it many times each day. Orest thought of himself as steady. He liked the predictability of the river. One afternoon, while guiding the boat, Orest noticed his attention widen. There was water, oars, balance, motion. The sense of being a ferryman was absent. Later, when a passenger thanked him, the self returned. Orest saw how identity arose in relation, not in the action itself. This made the crossings feel more spacious. He stopped carrying the role when he stepped off the boat. There was a woman named Halima who worked as a proofreader for legal documents. Her work required vigilance. Halima believed she was meticulous. When she missed an error, she felt a sharp sense of failure. One night, reviewing a long document, she noticed fatigue. Her eyes blurred slightly. An error slipped past. The familiar thought rose, "I am losing my edge." She paused and watched the thought. The document was still there. The error could be corrected. The thought added tension, but solved nothing. Halima corrected the mistake and continued. Over time, she learned to separate the work from the story of who she was. Attention came and went. The work adapted. There was also a man named Dario who worked as a groundskeeper at a university. He trimmed hedges, swept paths, tended lawns. Dario thought of himself as background. He believed his work went unnoticed. One early morning, before students arrived, Dario worked alone. The light was soft. Birds moved through trees. The sense of being background disappeared. There was only movement, sound, presence. Later, when students passed without noticing him, the thought returned. Dario saw clearly that the feeling of being unnoticed depended on comparison. Without comparison, it dissolved. This realization did not change how others treated him. It changed how heavy the days felt. There was a woman named Clara who worked as a speech therapist. She listened carefully to small shifts in sound and rhythm. Clara thought of herself as attentive. When distracted, she felt guilty. One afternoon, guiding a child through an exercise, Clara noticed something simple. Her responses arose naturally, without planning. The child relaxed. Later, reflecting, she labeled herself as attentive. Clara smiled softly. She saw that attention appeared when listening was deep. It did not need to be carried as an identity. There was a man named Benoit who repaired musical instruments. His workshop was filled with quiet hums and vibrations. Benoit believed he was sensitive to sound. When he struggled to tune an instrument, he doubted himself. One evening, while adjusting a string, he stopped trying to hear correctly and simply listened. The pitch settled. He noticed how effortful listening interfered with listening itself. Benoit realized that sensitivity was not something to possess. It appeared when resistance dropped. There was a woman named Rena who worked as a stage manager for small productions. Her role was to coordinate timing. Rena thought of herself as in control. When something went wrong, she felt exposed. One night, during a performance, several cues were missed. Rena adapted quickly, responding without thought. Afterward, when the adrenaline faded, the thought arose that could have gone badly. Rena noticed the timing. During the action, there was no self to protect. The self arrived afterward. This understanding made future performances less stressful. She trusted responsiveness more than control. There was a man named Leandro who repaired antique radios. He enjoyed the patience required. Leandro thought of himself as calm. When frustration arose, he felt surprised. One afternoon, struggling with a stubborn circuit, frustration flared. He watched it closely. The frustration was a sensation, not a trait. It passed. Leandro returned to the work without labeling himself. The repair progressed. This taught him that calmness was not something he owned. It was a state that appeared and disappeared. There was a woman named Soren who worked as a customs officer at a quiet border crossing. Her job was repetitive. Soren thought of herself as alert. When boredom set in, she felt uneasy. One slow night, Soren noticed that boredom faded when she paid attention to simple details, the sound of the wind, the rhythm of lights. Without comparison, there was no boredom. She saw that boredom required a self-wanting something else. There was a man named Kaido who worked as a papermaker, pressing pulp into thin sheets. His work was slow and deliberate. Kaido thought of himself as patient. One day, pressed for time, he hurried. The sheets came out uneven. He paused and softened his pace. The next sheets were better. Kaito noticed that patience was not an identity. It was a tempo. There was a woman named Evelyn who worked as an usher in an old cinema. She guided people to seats in the dark. Evelyn thought of herself as peripheral. She rarely watched the films. One night, during a quiet screening, Evelyn stood at the back and noticed a moment of absorption in the flickering light. The sense of being peripheral faded. Later, when she thought about her role, it returned. Evelyn understood that roles were thoughts. Presence was simpler. There was a man named Samet who worked as a warehouse sorter. He moved packages from one place to another. Samet thought of himself as replaceable. One afternoon, focused on the rhythm of lifting and placing, Samet felt contentment. The thought of being replaceable was absent. When a supervisor later criticized his speed, the thought returned. Samet saw that value appeared and disappeared in thought. Without thought, there was only movement. There was a woman named Talia who worked as a sound editor. She adjusted levels and removed noise. Talia thought of herself as discerning. When uncertain, she felt shaken. One night, experimenting without expectation, she made intuitive adjustments. The sound improved. Later, she noticed that discernment had appeared when she stopped thinking about being discerning. There was a man named Henrik who repaired heating systems. His work took him into basements and crawl spaces. Henrik thought of himself as capable. When a problem resisted him, he felt small. One afternoon, unable to fix an issue, he sat quietly and waited. a solution arose unexpectedly. Henrik realized that capability was not constant. It arose when conditions aligned. There was a woman named Lamis who organized archives for a historical society. She enjoyed order. Lamis thought of herself as systematic. One evening, disorganized piles surrounded her. She felt overwhelmed. She paused and noticed that overwhelm was a feeling, not a fact. She began with one pile. Order returned gradually. Lamis saw that systems were tools, not identities. There was a man named Petru who worked as a toll booth operator. Cars passed endlessly. Petru often felt trapped by routine. One night, watching headlights pass, Petru noticed beauty in the rhythm. The sense of being trapped faded. Later, when thinking about his life, it returned. Petru learned that meaning shifted with attention. There was a woman named Maëlle who worked as a night editor for a newspaper. She corrected articles while the city slept. Maëlle thought of herself as critical. When she missed an error, she judged herself. One quiet hour, deeply focused. She worked without self-commentary. The edits were clean. Later, the identity returned. Maëlle saw that clarity appeared without needing to be someone who was clear. Across all these quiet moments, the same understanding continues to unfold. The self is not an object we carry. It is a pattern that appears in thought. It fades when attention rests in what is happening. There is nothing wrong with it appearing. There is no need to make it disappear. As the night deepens, even this understanding can soften and drift away. You do not need to remember these stories. You do not need to gather meaning from them. They can dissolve into sound, into silence. If sleep has already begun, then these words are simply passing through, leaving no trace. And if, in this quiet, the sense of me becomes faint or absent, there is no loss. Life continues easily, breathing itself, moving itself, resting itself. The night holds everything, gently and without effort, even when the self is no longer found. As the night settles into its slowest rhythm, even the sense of continuation may soften. There is no need to remember what came before. Each moment stands on its own, arriving quietly, leaving just as quietly. There was a woman named Anselma who worked as a clock winder in an old municipal building. Her task was simple once a week. She climbed narrow staircases and wound the large clocks that marked time for others. Few people knew she existed, and Selma thought of herself as unseen. She believed this deeply. One late evening, winding a clock high above the square, she paused to look out a small window. The town below was lit softly. Footsteps echoed faintly. For a while, she forgot entirely about being seen or unseen. There was only height, quiet, and the slow movement of gears. Later, descending the stairs, the familiar thought returned. No one knows I'm here. And Selma noticed the timing. The thought appeared only when reflection returned. In the moment itself, there had been no unseen self at all. This understanding did not make her visible. It made her lighter. There was a man named Rashad who repaired umbrellas in a narrow stall near a market. His hands moved quickly, threading wire and fabric back into place. He often worked in bursts between waves of customers. Rashad thought of himself as quick. When business slowed, he felt dull and restless. One afternoon, with no customers in sight, Rashad continued repairing an old umbrella simply because it was there. His movements became steady. The sense of being quick or dull disappeared. Later, when someone praised his speed, the identity returned. Rashad smiled to himself. Speed, he saw, was not who he was. It was a momentary pattern. There was also a woman named Elvira who worked as a copyist for handwritten manuscripts. Her work was solitary and repetitive. Elvira believed she was patient. She took pride in this. One night, exhausted, she noticed irritation rising as her hand cramped. The thought appeared, I am losing my patience. She paused and observed the irritation. It pulsed, then faded. The copying continued. Elvira realized that patience was not something she owned. It came and went like the irritation itself. This made her kinder to herself. She allowed rest without judgment. There was a man named Nico who worked as a porter at a train station. He lifted bags, guided travelers, moved constantly. Nico thought of himself as strong. When fatigue set in, he felt uneasy. One early morning, before the station filled, Nico sat on a bench. His muscles ached. His breath slowed. For a few minutes, there was no sense of strength or weakness. There was simply sensation. Later, as travelers arrived, strength returned naturally. Nico saw that strength was not an identity. It was a condition. There was a woman named Yasmin who worked as a legal clerk, filing documents late into the night. She worried about making mistakes. Yasmin thought of herself as careful. One evening, deeply absorbed, she filed stack after stack without conscious thought. The work flowed. Later, reviewing her work, she noticed how accurate it was. The thought I was careful appeared afterward. Yasmin saw that care preceded the thought. The thought followed the action, not the other way around. There was a man named Balthazar who tuned pianos in private homes. He listened intently, adjusting strings by feel as much as sound. Balthazar thought of himself as sensitive. One afternoon, distracted by personal worries, he struggled to tune a stubborn piano. Frustration grew. He stopped trying to be sensitive and simply listened. The sound settled. Balthazar laughed softly. Sensitivity, he realized, appeared when he stopped thinking about it. There was a woman named Zora who worked as a night baker in a quiet neighborhood. She mixed dough while the streets slept. Zora thought of herself as solitary. One night, absorbed in the rhythm of kneading, the sense of solitude vanished. There was warmth, motion, scent. Later, when she stepped outside and saw empty streets, the thought returned. Zora noticed that solitude was a story layered onto experience. Without the story, there was only presence. There was a man named Callum who repaired fishing boats along the coast. He worked with wood and rope, responding to weather and wear. Callum thought of himself as practical. One day, faced with an unfamiliar problem, he felt uncertain. This isn't like me, he thought. He paused and examined the problem without labeling himself. The solution appeared gradually. Callum saw that practicality was not a fixed trait. It emerged when needed. There was a woman named Mireille who worked as a hotel housekeeper. She cleaned rooms methodically, leaving no trace of herself behind. Mireille often felt erased. One afternoon, cleaning a sunlit room, she became absorbed in the simple movements: cloth, surface, light. The feeling of being erased was absent. Later, when guests arrived and left without acknowledgement, the feeling returned. Mireille saw that erasure existed in thought, not in the action itself. This understanding softened her days. There was a man named Thaddeus who worked as a proof press operator. He monitored machines that stamped pages rhythmically. Thaddeus thought of himself as vigilant. One long night, fatigue dulled his attention. He worried about failing. Then he noticed something simple. Even in fatigue, his body responded to changes in sound and motion. Vigilance appeared when required. The self that worried about failing had been unnecessary. There was a woman named Samira who worked as a refugee aid coordinator. She carried many responsibilities. Samira thought of herself as indispensable. When she rested, guilt followed. One evening, overwhelmed, she sat quietly. The guilt faded. There was only tiredness. Nothing collapsed. Samira realized that indispensability was a thought. The work continued without it. This allowed her to rest more fully. There was a man named Lorenz who restored violins. His work demanded precision and patience. Lorenz thought of himself as exact. One afternoon, distracted, he made a small error. The familiar thought arose, "I am slipping." He watched the thought and continued working. The violin responded. The sound was still clear. Lorenz saw that exactness was not a self to protect. It was a relationship with the instrument. There was a woman named Kemi who worked as a radio dispatcher during night shifts. She relayed messages in calm tones. Kemi thought of herself as composed. During a particularly busy night, her heart raced. Her hands trembled slightly. Yet her voice remained steady. Later, the thought appeared I was barely composed. Kemi noticed the difference. Composure had been present without a composed self. This gave her confidence in the moment rather than the image. There was a man named Istvan who worked as a stone polisher. He smoothed surfaces for monuments. Istvan thought of himself as patient. One day, irritated by a flaw, impatience surged. He judged himself harshly. Then he noticed the sensation of impatience. It passed. The stone remained. Istvan realized that patience was not an identity. It was the absence of resistance. There was a woman named Noelia who worked as a night archivist, digitizing old records. Her work was quiet and repetitive. Noelia thought of herself as insignificant. One long night, absorbed in scanning pages, she felt calm and content. The thought of insignificance was absent. Later, when she considered her role, it returned. Noelia saw that significance existed in thought, not in the act itself. This realization allowed her to work without heaviness. There was a man named Romain who operated a small ferry for cyclists across a canal. He rang a bell before each crossing. Romain thought of himself as routine-bound. One morning, watching fog lift off the water, he felt freshness in the crossing. There was no routine. Later, thinking about his days, the story returned. Romain learned that routine was memory, not experience. There was a woman named Thalia who worked as a dubbing editor, matching voices to images. She worried about precision. Thalia thought of herself as critical. One night, letting intuition guide her, she matched a scene effortlessly. Later, She noticed that criticism had been absent during the work. She saw that judgment appeared after the fact. There was a man named Jovan who repaired streetlights. He climbed ladders at night, replacing bulbs. Jovan thought of himself as fearless. One windy night, fear rose sharply. He noticed it. The ladder held. His hand steadied. Fear passed. Jovan saw that fearlessness was not who he was. Fear came and went. There was a woman named Selena who worked as a census enumerator, recording details about others' lives. Selena thought of herself as observant. One afternoon, exhausted, she missed a detail. The familiar self-judgment arose. She corrected it and moved on. Selena learned that observation was not a fixed quality. It fluctuated. There was a man named Farid who worked as a night security dispatcher. He monitored screens in a dim room. Farid thought of himself as watchful. One quiet hour, his attention drifted. Nothing happened. Later, attention sharpened again. Farid saw that watchfulness appeared when needed. It did not need to be constant. Across all these quiet moments, the same gentle truth continues to surface. The self is not a thing that lives inside experience. It is a pattern that forms around reflection. It comes and goes without asking permission. Seeing this does not change the world. It changes the weight we carry through it. As the night deepens further, even these words may feel unnecessary. Gaps between them may grow longer. That is fine. You do not need to follow. You do not need to understand. If sleep is already here, then these sounds will simply pass through it, leaving no trace. And if, in this deep quiet, the sense of me loosens and fades, nothing essential is lost. Life continues gently and steadily, even when the self is no longer found. As the night reaches further into stillness, the feeling of effort may thin. Listening can become almost incidental, as if the words are happening nearby rather than being followed. That is enough. There was a man named Eamon who worked as a night cartographer for a shipping firm. His task was to update charts based on reports that came in after sunset. He worked alone in a room lit by a single lamp, lines and symbols slowly appearing beneath his pen. Eamon thought of himself as precise. He trusted this about himself. One night, after many hours, his attention softened. He traced a coastline almost without noticing the movement of his hand. When he paused to review the map, the lines were accurate. Only then did the thought arise, I've been careful. Eamon noticed how late the thought arrived. The care had been present without needing a careful self. This understanding stayed with him. When fatigue caused a mistake, he corrected it without turning it into a personal failing. The map did not require an identity. It required attention, and attention came when it came. There was a woman named Brisa who worked as a night florist, preparing arrangements for early deliveries. She handled petals gently, trimming stems in the quiet hours. Brisa thought of herself as delicate. One early morning, rushing to finish an order, she handled the flowers more firmly than usual. Nothing broke. The arrangement held. She paused, surprised. The idea of being delicate, she saw, was something she had been carrying unnecessarily. The hands knew what to do. From then on, she let the work guide the touch. Delicacy appeared when needed. Strength appeared when needed. Neither needed to be claimed. There was a man named Kolya who operated a small water treatment station outside the city. His shifts were long and quiet. He monitored gauges and listened for changes in sound. Kolya thought of himself as vigilant. He worried about missing something important. One night, while walking the perimeter, he became absorbed in the rhythm of his steps and the hum of machinery. The sense of vigilance faded. Yet, when a gauge shifted slightly, his body responded immediately. He adjusted the flow without thought. Later, he realized he had not been vigilant as an identity. Responsiveness had simply arisen. This eased his nights. He stopped trying to be watchful and trusted watchfulness to appear when needed. There was a woman named Celine who worked as a night translator for international broadcasts. She listened to voices in one language and spoke in another, often without pause. Celine thought of herself as fluent. When she stumbled over a phrase, she felt embarrassed. One late shift, deeply focused. She translated effortlessly. The sense of fluency was absent. There was only listening and speaking. Later, replaying the broadcast, she felt satisfaction. Celine saw that fluency was not something she possessed. It was an activity that happened when listening was complete. There was a man named Tommaso who repaired street pianos left in public squares. He worked at night to avoid crowds. Tommaso thought of himself as invisible, and he liked it. One evening, absorbed in tuning strings beneath the open sky, he felt completely present. The idea of being invisible or visible did not arise. Later, when a passerby thanked him, the self returned briefly. Tommaso noticed that identity followed interaction. Alone, it rested. This made his work feel pure, He did not need to be unseen or seen. He only needed to listen. There was a woman named Nadira who worked as a night dispatcher for long-haul trucks. She coordinated routes and schedules while drivers crossed dark highways. Nadira thought of herself as composed. One particularly busy night, calls overlapped and voices grew tense. Nadira responded calmly, though her heart raced. After the rush passed, she felt shaky. The thought arose, I almost lost control. She noticed the timing. During the rush, there had been no self to lose control. The self arrived afterward, judging. This understanding allowed her to trust the moment more than the story afterward. There was a man named Peter who worked as a glass cleaner on tall buildings. His work required balance and focus. Peter thought of himself as brave. One morning, high above the street, fear rose unexpectedly. He noticed it without trying to suppress it. The fear passed. His hands continued their work. Later, he reflected that bravery had not been present as an idea. There had been fear, then movement, then steadiness. Peter realized that bravery was not the absence of fear. It was action happening alongside fear, without needing a brave self. There was a woman named Leniki who worked as a night proofreader for subtitles. She adjusted timing and phrasing frame by frame. Leniki thought of herself as meticulous. One long night, tired, she allowed intuition to guide her instead of checking every detail. The result was smooth. Later, she reviewed her work and smiled. She saw that meticulousness was not a constant trait. It appeared when needed. It could rest. There was a man named Yusuf who repaired wind instruments. His workshop was filled with quiet air and soft notes. Yusuf thought of himself as gentle. One afternoon, frustrated by a stubborn repair, his movements became forceful. The instrument responded poorly. He paused, noticing the tension. When he softened, the repair went smoothly. Yusuf saw that gentleness was not who he was. It was a way of meeting the moment. There was a woman named Colette who worked as a night archivist for film reels. She cataloged and stored fragile material. Colette thought of herself as preserving history. One night, absorbed in labeling reels, she forgot entirely about history. There was only handling, writing, placing. Later, the thought of importance returned. Colette smiled at how lightly meaning came and went. The work did not require a sense of significance. There was a man named Arjun who worked as a night pharmacist. He filled prescriptions under fluorescent light. Arjun thought of himself as careful. One evening, a customer asked a question that caught him off guard. He paused, listened, and answered honestly. Later, he worried about whether he had been careful enough. He noticed the worry and let it pass. Arjun realized that care happened in the moment of listening. The self that worried afterward was optional. There was a woman named Freya who worked as a night illustrator, preparing images for textbooks. She worked alone, drawing quietly. Freya thought of herself as creative. One night, unable to draw, she simply traced shapes without intention. Gradually, an image emerged. Later, she recognized that creativity had appeared when she stopped trying to be creative. There was a man named Silvio who operated a small hydroelectric station. He monitored water flow and turbines. Silvio thought of himself as responsible. One night, sitting quietly, he noticed a sense of ease without responsibility. The systems ran. The lights stayed on. Nothing fell apart. Silvio saw that responsibility did not need to be carried constantly. It appeared when action was required. There was a woman named Maren who worked as a night editor for scientific journals. She checked references and formatting. Maren thought of herself as thorough. One late shift, fatigue dulled her mind. She worried about missing details. Then she noticed that her eyes still caught inconsistencies. Thoroughness appeared even when she did not feel thorough. This reassured her. The self-image was not necessary. There was a man named Vito who worked as a night security rover in an industrial park. He walked long routes between buildings. Vito thought of himself as alert. One quiet hour, his mind wandered. Nothing happened. Later, a sound caught his attention instantly. Vito realized that alertness was not something he needed to maintain mentally. It arose naturally. There was a woman named Salome who worked as a dubbing director, guiding actors' voices late into the night. Salome thought of herself as decisive. One evening, uncertain about a choice, she waited. A better option emerged on its own. She saw that decisiveness was not a constant trait. It appeared when waiting was allowed. There was a man named Janan who repaired elevators. He worked at night to avoid disruptions. Janan thought of himself as competent. One repair resisted him. He felt doubt. He stepped back, observed, and tried a different approach. The elevator responded. Competence, he saw, was not a label. It was a relationship with the problem. There was a woman named Hikari who worked as a night librarian in a large archive. She shelved returned books in silence. Hikari thought of herself as quiet. One night, humming softly as she worked, she noticed joy. The identity of being quiet did not interfere. Later, she realized that quietness was not who she was. It was simply how things were sometimes. There was a man named Raulino who repaired fishing nets at night by lantern light. His hands moved with practiced ease. Raulino thought of himself as skilled. One night, distracted, he tangled the net further. Frustration rose. He laughed softly and untangled it patiently. Skill, he saw, was not something to defend. It was something that fluctuated. There was a woman named Yvette who worked as a night usher at a concert hall. She guided latecomers quietly. Yvette thought of herself as unobtrusive. One evening, she became absorbed in the music drifting through the doors. The sense of being unobtrusive vanished. Later, the role returned. Yvette understood that roles were temporary masks, worn lightly. There was a man named Hassan who worked as a night meteorological observer. He recorded wind, temperature, pressure. Hassan thought of himself as objective. One night, watching clouds move, he felt awe. Objectivity faded. Later, writing his report, objectivity returned. Hassan saw that objectivity was a mode, not an identity. Across all these quiet lives, the same simple recognition continues to surface. The self is not absent, but it is not central. It comes forward in thought and steps back in action. It narrates after the fact. Seeing this does not require effort. It often happens when effort fades. As the night deepens further, the words may begin to feel unnecessary. Silence may feel more present than sound. That is natural. You do not need to stay with the story. You do not need to remember the names. If sleep is already carrying you, then these words are simply passing nearby, like wind through trees. And if, in this quiet, the sense of me softens and becomes faint, there is no loss. Life continues, gently and steadily, even when the self is no longer found. As the night leans further into quiet, the need to follow along may ease even more. The words can float now, unanchored, arriving without asking anything in return. It is enough that they pass. There was a man named Leonid who worked as a night signal operator along a rural railway. His job was to monitor lights and switches, ensuring that trains passed safely through the dark. Most nights were uneventful. Leonid thought of himself as attentive. He believed this was essential. One long night, while sitting in the small signal hut, Leonid noticed the sounds around him, the distant hum of insects, the low vibration of the tracks, the faint glow of lights. His mind grew quiet. The sense of being attentive was absent. Yet, when a light changed unexpectedly, his hand moved immediately to the switch. The response was instant, without thought. Afterward, Leonid reflected on what had happened. He had not been being attentive in the way he imagined. Attention had simply arisen when needed. This realization allowed him to stop gripping the idea of himself as an attentive person. The work felt easier. The night felt less heavy. There was a woman named Mirella who worked as a night proofreader for Braille texts. She ran her fingers across raised dots, feeling for inconsistencies. Mirella thought of herself as sensitive. She worried that fatigue might dull her touch. One evening, exhausted, she noticed that her fingers still detected subtle differences without effort. The sense of sensitivity did not need to be maintained. Later, when she thought about her work, the label returned. Mirella saw that sensitivity was not something she possessed. It was something that appeared when attention rested fully on what was there. There was a man named Paolo who worked as a night refrigeration technician, responding to alarms when systems failed. His nights were unpredictable. Paolo thought of himself as reliable. One night, called to fix a malfunctioning unit, he arrived tired and distracted. Yet, as he examined the machinery, his focus sharpened naturally. The repair unfolded step by step. Only afterward did the thought arise, I handled that well. Paolo noticed how the reliability he valued had not been something he carried into the job. It had appeared in response to the situation. This eased his constant self-checking. He trusted responsiveness more than identity. There was also a woman named Hannah who worked as a night subtitle translator for live broadcasts. She listened and typed almost simultaneously. Hannah thought of herself as quick. One late shift, her typing slowed. She worried she was losing speed. Then she noticed that accuracy increased as speed decreased. The broadcast remained clear. Later, she realized that quickness was not a fixed trait. It adjusted naturally to conditions. This understanding softened her anxiety. She allowed pace to find its own rhythm. There was a man named Stefan who repaired antique lamps late at night. His workshop glowed softly with warm light. Stefan thought of himself as careful. One evening, distracted, he dropped a glass shade. It shattered. For a moment, there was only sound. Then came the thought, I am careless. Stefan noticed the sequence. The sound came first. The story followed. He cleaned up the glass and continued working. Over time, Stefan learned not to attach accidents to identity, the work became calmer. There was a woman named Yasmin who worked as a night dispatcher for medical couriers. She tracked deliveries across the city. Yasmin thought of herself as organized. One night, multiple delays occurred at once. She adapted quickly, rerouting drivers without planning. Afterward, she felt drained and thought, that was chaotic. She noticed that during the chaos, there had been no disorganization, only response. This changed how she related to stress. She stopped equating order with control. There was a man named Riku who worked as a night aquarist at a large public aquarium. He monitored tanks while visitors slept. Riku thought of himself as quiet. One night, watching fish glide through dim water, he felt joy rise unexpectedly. The identity of being quiet disappeared. Later, when he thought about his nature, it returned. Riku saw that quietness was not who he was. It was a condition that came and went. There was a woman named Tamsin who worked as a night copy editor. She corrected punctuation and spacing in silence. Tamsin thought of herself as meticulous. One long shift, tired. She relied on intuition rather than checking every rule. The work flowed smoothly. Later, reviewing her edits, she was surprised by their quality. She realized that meticulousness did not require constant mental effort. It arose when attention softened. There was a man named Ovidiu who worked as a night caretaker for an old theater. He checked doors, swept floors, listened to the building breathe. Ovidiu thought of himself as forgotten. One night, standing alone in the empty auditorium, he felt a sense of fullness. The feeling of being forgotten was absent. Later, when morning came and people passed him by, the thought returned. Ovidiu understood that forgottenness lived in comparison. In presence, it dissolved. There was a woman named Carolina who worked as a night voice actor, recording lines for animated films. She often worried about consistency. Carolina thought of herself as expressive. One late session, too tired to perform, she spoke simply. The emotion came through clearly. Later, listening back, she realized that expressiveness had not been something she added. It had emerged naturally. This freed her from forcing emotion. She trusted simplicity. There was a man named Jamil who worked as a night inventory auditor. He counted stock in silent warehouses. Jamil thought of himself as thorough. One night, after hours of counting, his mind wandered. Yet when he reviewed the totals, they were accurate. He noticed that thoroughness did not depend on constant self-monitoring. The body and mind knew what to do. There was a woman named Eleni who worked as a night museum guard. She walked through galleries, watching over art. Eleni thought of herself as alert. One quiet hour, her mind drifted to memories. The sense of alertness faded. Then a small sound echoed unexpectedly. Her attention snapped back instantly. Eleni realized that alertness arose on its own. It did not need to be maintained as an identity. There was a man named Duarte who repaired fishing reels at night. His fingers moved through familiar patterns. Duarte thought of himself as skilled. One night, struggling with a new design, he felt incompetent. He noticed the feeling. He slowed down, examined the parts carefully, and the solution appeared. Skill, he saw, was not something he could lose. It was a relationship with the task. There was a woman named Sabina who worked as a night archivist for audio recordings. She labeled tapes and digitized sound. Sabina thought of herself as patient. One long night, impatience surfaced. She watched it without judgment. It passed. The work continued. Sabina realized that patience was not an identity to uphold. It was the absence of resistance. There was a man named Carol who worked as a night bridge operator. He raised and lowered spans for passing boats. Carl thought of himself as responsible. One quiet stretch. No boats came. Responsibility faded. There was only waiting. Nothing went wrong. When a boat finally approached, responsibility returned naturally. Carl saw that responsibility did not need to be carried continuously. There was a woman named Nadine who worked as a night scientific illustrator. She translated data into images. Nadine thought of herself as analytical. One evening, drawing without referencing notes, she relied on intuition. The illustration was clear. Later, she recognized that analysis and intuition were not opposites. They appeared as needed. There was a man named Iskander who repaired electrical panels at night. He followed procedures carefully. Iskander thought of himself as cautious. One night, faced with an unfamiliar problem, he hesitated. Then he observed, tested, and adjusted. The solution came. Iskander saw that caution was not fear. It was responsiveness. There was a woman named Petra who worked as a night typesetter for sheet music. She aligned notes and rests precisely. Petra thought of herself as exact. One tired evening, she allowed minor imperfections. The music remained readable. Later, she realized that exactness was not perfection. It was adequacy. There was a man named Sali who worked as a night waste management coordinator. He tracked routes and schedules. Sali thought of himself as efficient. One night, disruptions occurred. He adapted quickly. Later, thinking back, he labeled the night inefficient. He noticed the difference between experience and evaluation. There was a woman named Leora who worked as a night color grader for films. She adjusted tone and balance. Leora thought of herself as discerning. One session, she stopped analyzing and simply adjusted by feel. The image came alive. Later, she recognized that discernment appeared when thinking quieted. There was a man named Thomas who worked as a night dock supervisor. He watched cargo move silently. Thomas thought of himself as in charge. One night, everything ran smoothly without his intervention. The sense of being in charge faded. The dock continued to function. Thomas saw that leadership did not require constant assertion. There was a woman named Amina who worked as a night linguistic annotator, tagging text for research. Amina thought of herself as precise. One long shift, she trusted pattern recognition rather than rules. The annotations were consistent. Later, she noticed how precision arose naturally. Across all these quiet lives, the same simple noticing continues. The self appears as a story told after the fact. It steps forward to claim or blame. It steps back when attention rests on what is happening. This noticing does not need to be held. It does not need to be remembered. As the night deepens, even the noticing can fade. The words can thin. The pauses can widen. Nothing is required now. Nothing is being asked. If sleep is already present, then these sounds are simply part of it, passing gently through. And if, in this deep quiet, the sense of me loosens further, becoming faint, transparent, or absent, nothing essential is lost. Life continues, quietly and effortlessly, even when the self is no longer found. As this long night draws to a natural close, there is no need to gather what has been said. Nothing here was meant to be collected or carried forward. Stories have come and gone. Names have appeared, then faded. Moments of clarity may have arisen, then softened again. All of it moved the same way. The night moves quietly, without effort. If there was any understanding, it arrived on its own. If there was confusion, it rested on its own. Neither needs to be resolved. Now the emphasis gently shifts from understanding to rest. You may notice the simple weight of the body where it lies, the subtle rhythm that has been breathing all along, without instruction, the way the night holds sound, then releases it. Nothing needs attention. Nothing needs correction. It is okay if sleep has already come and gone in waves. It is okay if wakefulness remains light and indistinct. It is okay if there is no clear boundary between the two. The search for a self has quieted, not because it was answered, but because it was no longer needed. Life continues easily when it is not being narrated. Rest happens naturally when it is not being managed. The stories can dissolve now, like footprints filling with sand. The voice can fade into the background of the night. What remains does not need a name. And whether you are already asleep, or drifting gently toward it, or simply resting in stillness, everything is already allowed. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us here at Calm Monk.